Recording in progress.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome back to NCE. It's our big October meeting, and it's my pleasure here. I get to introduce our instructor. So, Jason's from South Carolina, been licensed a real long time. How many years, Jason? 20?
15 maybe?
15 years. 15, there's no F in the middle of words, just in case you're wondering. Anyhow, he had a radio show. He's done all kinds of stuff. Unbelievable, creative, fun with the language that he talks about. You'll learn a little bit of South Carolina-ese while you're here. He, if you won't figure it out by the end, he went to Clemson University. So if any of you football guys have anything to comment about, he really likes that. Jason loves real estate. He's like most of us. That's all he ever wants to talk about. He also knows how to do things with notes and deeds of trust. You want to buy a house, you don't have any money. That's what Jason does. So he would like to see more of us do more stuff east of the Mississippi, and I agree with him, and I'm just thrilled that he came out west of the Mississippi to join us. So I think without further ado, Mr. Jason Dillard is going to teach us his class paper on steroids. Mr. Dillard.
Thank you. I just like to pause for a minute to see if anybody's going to say anything.
Does Clemson have a team?
You like the awkward silence?
Yeah, awkward silence. What'd you say?
I was wondering, Clemson have a team now? Or no?
Not this year.
Not this year. Okay.
We skipped it.
Yeah.
We're skipping a year.
I heard you beat Alabama once.
Well, we did once.
Yeah.
Once. And we're still talking about it.
Are you still talking?
Yeah, we're still talking about it. But yeah, I'm Jason from Greenville, South Carolina. I specialize in doing a lot of stuff with paper. I've probably done 500 to 600 transactions with paper, where I was creating the paper, where I was buying the paper, creating and selling the paper. I just agreed 2 days ago to buy a partial from somebody that created some paper. He needed to get his money back. So this class is going to be about paper. At the beginning of the class, we're going to make it simple, but it's going to go really fast. So if you do not have a background in paper, we're going to speed right past you. We'll give you just enough to hopefully keep up, but this is an advanced class. So I'm an SEC. We have a great class in SEC that's a paper class. This basics. It's a math class, and it talks about how you can calculate yield, and it takes a whole day to do what we're going to cover in about 30-45 minutes, just so you'll have a foundation. So I'm excited to be here. I've been up for about 7 hours now. So I called all my friends back out in South Carolina and tried to get them to talk to me this morning for no reason at all, because I've been awake for so long, because I flew in last night. So it's lunchtime for me, even though it's 9 o'clock for you guys. So happy to be here. If you have any questions during the class, you just raise your hand. This class could turn into not this PowerPoint. It'd be fine with me if we never use the PowerPoint. And we'll use it if we need it, but there's enough. I looked at what's in the book. There's enough stuff in the book that we could just use what's in the book to teach the concepts. Speaking of that, does anybody have a property they want to sell? I think I saw this hand go up first. What's your name?
Dave,
Dave, what's your property?
5 unit in Pueblo,
What's the value?
450.
Is there any debt on it?
Yes,
What's the debt?
about 400.
So you've got 50 in equity,
It's for a client, not mine, but yes.
and what's the cap rate?
About a 6.5.
And how much is the upside, if any?
Not much,
And why do I want to own this property?
because it'll go up in value and it does cash flow right now.
So I've got money coming in now and it's going to go up later.
Right.
And your owner, why are they wanting to get rid of this 50,000 in equity if they've got the upside and they have the cash flow?
Well, they bought 3 units together in a package and they're selling 2 of the properties to keep 1. So, and they used a little bit higher.
But they only have 50,000 in equity.
Right.
Let's get him a microphone real quick.
Yeah, grab him a microphone, okay, because Zoom, I just forgot, Zoom can't hear him, can it?
Not without a microphone, no.
Okay,
He can't hear himself.
so what is the owner trying to do with their 50,000 in equity?
Well, with the 50,000, and I'm just saying that as a small number because she wants to get cash out on 2 properties to pay off the third. They bought 3 in a package and they're downsizing the package to keep 1.
Okay, so how much is the payment that she's gonna get rid of with that 50 grand?
I don't know offhand. I'm
Guess at it, use the swag method.
4,000.
Not quite that much.
How much is it then?
4,000.
The payment for all 3 or 1?
No, the payment she's gonna get rid of when she uses the 50 grand and pays something off.
Yeah, I'd say probably 4 grand.
4 grand. Is there any reason,
Wait, I didn't know that.
can you think of any reason why she wouldn't be happy getting 4 grand a month until she gets her 50 grand?
No, I believe,
That would probably work for her,
Yeah.
because that gives her the same benefit as writing a check for 50.
right.
So can I make that offer? Can I offer her 4 grand a month until she
Yes,
gets
you-
50 grand?
yes, you can.
10 months to take 40, so that would be what, 52 and a half months? Is that, no, that's not even that many, 12 and a half months.
Well, she wanted to pay other debt off, so I'm not sure. if
Well,
she-
she's gonna have the ability to make those payments,
Yeah,
so that would probably be almost as good, wouldn't it?
yes.
Okay, that's paper. So we just did, we talked to the first person that raised their hand, and I found a way to make an offer on that property. Who's got 50 grand to invest, but would rather invest 4 grand? How much is the cash flow on the property?
I'm not sure. Like, do you know it offhand?
Income's probably about 3,200, 3,500, something.
Now you're.
But
Actually, no, I'm sorry, it's 5 units, it's a little over 4 grand.
but how much is the debt service?
It's eating it all up.
So it's a break even. So let me ask you a question, let's make this hard, I'm going to Clemson. If your seller would rather, do you think your seller would rather get 4 grand a month instead of getting 0 grand a month?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I do too. I do too. And do you think it would make her mad if I made sure that that mortgage got paid until we got it refinanced and squared her away and got it out of her name? Would it be okay with her if I covered her
Yeah,
mortgage?
she wouldn't
for her?
get mad at that.
She wouldn't get mad?
Yeah.
Okay. So who's the taker for this with 4 grand a month? Nobody? Nobody wants free, hand the mic to him.
Just remind people on Zoom what this is.
On Zoom, this is a 50,000 in equity, break even, multifamily somewhere that he, huh? Fiveplex. You got the 4 grand a month?
Yes,
And you'd be pleased going into this,
assuming, yeah,
and because of the upside.
because of the upside.
And what was the interest rate that you agreed to pay her?
Don't know yet.
We talked about it a minute ago, it was 4 grand a month until we got 50 grand.
0%.
Do you like 0?
I like 0.
Did you realize, you didn't realize she agreed to take 0, but she's getting 0%, but he's borrowing it. If you do this deal, you're borrowing money at 0%. How many people in this room raise your hand and on Zoom, I don't know how you raise your hand on Zoom, if you've got a 0% loan?
We won't.
Okay? How many people don't have a 0% loan?
Everybody's hands are.
Everyone else.
Yeah. But is it easier to make the payment when you're at 0? Now, what if you didn't have the 4 grand?
I go find it.
Yeah, you could go get it. Maybe you could make half and somebody else pay the other half. Well, wait a minute, hand the mic back to him,
All right, let me get 2 mics real quick.
hand it to him. If I made a cash offer and it only got her 30 grand on top of what she owes, what's the odds she would take it?
Probably pretty good odds.
Pretty good odds?
There's some chance, yeah.
Pretty good odds?
Yeah.
Okay, well, hold on a minute, hand the mic back to him.
Stay in front of the camera. Stay in front of the camera.
This
It's okay. I can handle it.
Hey, I got a question for you. Would it be better for you, instead of paying 4 grand a month, if you just paid 40 grand instead of 50 right now?
No.
It wouldn't be? You'd rather make all the payments? You would? Well, okay, that's what we'll do for you then. I'll go ahead and make sure that you pay the $4,000 for the 12.5 months. I'll make sure she gets the 30
I
grand.
think it's made 20 grand.
Okay, so how do I do that? I went over here and I contracted to buy this for cash. Well, for cash and take over the mortgage.
Right.
I went over here and I sold him the property and took back a note that's gonna have, how much more money am I gonna make over the next 10, 12 months?
10 grand.
12, 20 grand.
20 grand, yeah.
20.
30 to 50 is one.
Yeah, 30 to 50, so if you get your financial calculator out,
And I didn't even go to Clemson.
I didn't go to Clemson.
Yeah.
then you get your financial calculator out and you put your present value as, how much did I have in it? Let's see, nothing. Let's see, what did I have in it again? Nothing. Knowledge. Knowing what to say and when to say it. Listening to what the presenter's presenting and giving them what they want. Finding another taker in the room and giving them what they want. What if he'd have said he would have rather had it for 40?
You still make 10.
I'd have still made 10. Since he would prefer paying $4,000 a month, I just went ahead over here and did the transaction. So, but no, I think I misspoke a minute ago. I do have to write a check for 30, don't I? Yeah, so I do have to write a check for
You
30.
have to write a check for 30.
Yeah, so your
20 grand.
negative
Return.
30 is your present value. Your payment's $4,000 a month for 12.5 months. What's my return?
It's a lot.
How much?
A lot.
66? 160%.
Yeah, because you.
How many times do you have to do that to make a profit?
But check my Clemson calculator.
You know, want to keep doing this, or do you want to run through the presentation? This is fun.
Yeah.
I'm a real taker for that in real life. I'm not here to teach, I'm here to do transactions. They're letting me teach before the meeting. It's kind of like the preacher. The preacher don't go to church because he has to go to church. He gets paid to prepare to be ready to preach at church. You go to church because you're supposed to go to church. He actually is prepared to be the preacher at church.
Use your example on Monty's lot.
I don't remember that one. Well, whose lot?
Monty.
Oh, that's another, yeah, got too many examples. Who else got some? You want to do this again? This is your class.
I go. Yes.
You got one?
Yeah.
What is it? Microphone.
Check 1, 2.
So it's a little bit complicated, but I listed a $47 million resort offering, and we have a buyer. However, there's an additional parcel that I want to take over and develop myself.
How much is the buyer paying for it?
For the entire deal,
Yes.
he's paying 47.
And the seller is happy getting 47.
Yep.
And they've already contracted to buy the whole thing?
Probably by the end of the day, we'll have it executed.
Well, so how are you gonna go back to the buyer and make an offer to buy the carve out?
So I have about a $500,000 fee, so I'm gonna use that and stay in the deal. I'll just take over that parcel. That'll be mine 100%.
So you're gonna own a $500,000 parcel free and clear?
Correct.
And why do you wanna own that?
Because it's on Lake Michigan, it's a resort, and I can build 8 villas there.
Okay? And you took that in lieu of your commission, and the buyer's okay not owning that?
Correct.
Anybody got any questions of what he just said? He's gonna own $500,000 in dirt instead of getting a commission. So what's your question?
So my question is now, I want to go ahead and build those 8 villas. The stabilized value will be probably about $11 or $12 million.
How much is it gonna cost to build them?
It's going to cost, excluding the land, because it's free.
Yes.
So it's going to cost me probably about $5 million.
So you're gonna have $5 million and it's gonna be worth 11.
$5 million plus my commission. Yeah.
Yeah, 5.5 is gonna be worth 11, but you gotta wait on to get it built.
Yeah, about 18 months it'll take me.
And what's your question?
My question is, how do I creatively structure this deal so that I can basically maintain as much equity myself, but also offer an opportunity to investors to be part of this?
Why do you wanna do it? Why do you wanna do this big old deal?
I'm sorry, why?
Why do you wanna, what do you think the value of that dirt is?
Well,
Do we have any developers in the room? Chuck, I'm just gonna repeat what Chuck says. I gotta spend $5 million to make it worth 11. How much are you willing to pay for that dirt? How much you willing to pay for just the dirt
Just the dirt?
to develop it? You're gonna spend $5 million on it, and you gotta buy the dirt, and it's gonna be worth 11. Would you pay $2 million for the dirt?
Good.
Yeah. Potentially? Yeah. Okay, so,
My thought was actually kind of along that line. I wanted to get a construction perm loan.
well, wait a minute. Do you like work?
I don't like work.
Do you like driving nails?
No, I'm not.
Do you like meeting contractors?
No way.
That's what he does.
Perfect.
Would you rather have $2 million now in the form of paper than that land?
So it's a good question. This is irreplaceable real estate on Lake Michigan.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Why?
Because you just took 0 and turned it into $500,000, and I just showed you how to turn $500,000 into $2 million.
I see.
And you're moving on trying to think about building stuff.
You're saying take the money and run.
No, take the paper.
And use it.
Take the paper that he's gonna give you. He's gonna give you a $2 million piece of paper for your dirt,
Okay.
okay?
Why, when you say piece of paper as opposed to $2 million cash?
Because he's gonna have to put a construction loan on his land so he can build it.
Okay.
But he's gonna take you out in about 24 months.
I see.
Yes, you got $2 million in 24 months.
Okay.
Who has a property that's worth 1.8? You got a 1.8 property?
Yeah.
What is it?
14-unit apartment building.
Does it cash flow?
Yes.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't take $2 million for it in 24 months?
24 months, that's a long time.
What if you kept half the cash flow? If you kept half the cash flow and you got 200 grand more than it's worth,
I would consider that, yeah.
you would consider that?
Yeah.
How much is the cash flow?
Pro forma 17 grand a month.
The cash flow
Yes.
is 17 grand a month.
Yes.
It's 6,500 a month, back where I come from, that you get every month for 2 years, and then you start getting the whole 17. And it's a 1/8 property that you get the benefit from today.
Right.
He's waiting on Chuck to pay him off in 2 years. You already own the building. Who wants to buy that's a multifamily?
Multifamily.
Multifamily's hotter than fire, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why so much.
What's the
So
cap
that's
rate?
why the 24 months is kind of, that's a
Chuck,
lot.
can we get this done in 18 months? He says 20 months.
Sure.
You get 2/3 of the cash flow. Keep 2/3 of the cash flow.
Yeah.
Okay, 2/3 of the cash flow, get an extra $200,000. In the meantime, was there anything in the book that was in the 8 million range?
I'm sure there's something.
Was there something in the book, 8 million? Since you own his property free and clear, and you came in here, you had nothing, you're a taker for the $8 million asset already. How old are you?
I just turned 38.
Yeah, you're a young man. Wow. So you just took your $500,000. Now, you know all these deals won't happen for sure. You
I just
got
did
to,
one.
well, but you gotta make sure he's gonna be the real taker and take you out. You gotta make sure that he's really serious. But guess what? You're a taker for that and everything else. Because you're spending that $2 million note. Who else would take $2 million in 2 years for what they have right now that's worth in the ballpark of 2? You would? What is it?
Oh, I thought I'd take 2 million, but Blake Allen, I'm working with him, he's got $400,000 in lots.
And how much are the lots gonna be worth?
Probably not more than 400,000 for a long time.
So I don't have a benefit there for me to pay for that, so he might, they might write in on the 400,000 lots, you might walk away.
Let's see what that was.
That was 400,000 in lots. What do you have?
It's not what I have, I'm just wondering if you can just change the scenario a bit, because if he's got to sit for 2 years, and he has potential of getting 5 million in 2 years, or selling the note now, getting 2 million in 2 years.
He's not getting 5 million. He's gonna have to raise 5 million. He's gonna have to pull permits. He's gonna have to get approvals. Where is this?
In Traverse City, Michigan.
You're gonna have to pull permits. You can't dig holes in the ground right now because it's solid.
I guess my question is, how can you turn that scenario instead of having to wait 2 years to get to 2 million, but get to 2 million today?
Well, I just did it. I just traded it and went over there.
And he's on his way to 8 million instead of 5.
And he's got no income on the dirt. But all of a sudden, he two steps it over here, and he's got half the income, or a third of the income, depending on what he negotiates. How much is the income on the dirt?
Right now, the income is actually negative.
It's a negative. And if he gives you a third of his income over here, that's more than zero. I use the chunka method. When I look at a deal, the chunka, y'all never heard of the chunka method? The chunka, if the chunka coming in is bigger than the chunka going out, then I like the deal. Nothing going out, you got, whatever, 6 grand, 5 grand, 4 grand coming in. Got it?
Yeah, thank you.
Jason?
I was thinking, why don't you draw that up on the board? Because I know a couple of guys I'm talking to having trouble just following this great, fairly easy freeway in your mind. So,
Jason?
I could put it on the board, or I could actually teach it in slow motion with these cards up here.
there you go.
Because that's one of the things I'm going to teach is one of the things I've already taught. The reason that I wanted this to happen is to show you there are deals in this room. When I looked at your book, I looked at one package and went, oh, I know what to do with that one. Next one, oh, I can do this with that one. Oh, I can do this with that one. Oh, I can do this with that one. The mistake you make when you can do something with every one of them is you give yourself too much work when you leave the marketing session, which is what I messed up on for a long time. So you have to kind of pick and choose and only put in your number on 20 things instead of 100 things. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Jason, real quick. There's about 52 people in the room. There's 46 handouts that were given. So everyone has just been sent an email that has your handout, so you can follow along either on your cell phone or your computer. So let us know if you're attending education. We kind of use that as a gauge for handouts. Thank you.
All right, we'll jump into the presentation. I'm about to be on page 3 of the handout. Check your CPAs and attorneys. Don't go by what I say on everything. Learn the basics of paper to set a foundation. Understand how paper can be used to make transactions. Cover formulas using paper. It can be game-changing. And we're going to actually do some case studies and analyze some real-world examples. We've already analyzed some real-world examples. We just did it. Those are our goals for the class. And what's in the handout is one of my favorite things. What does it say at the bottom of that handout? The biggest reason for failure is not lack of knowledge or ability, it's inaction. What's crazy is every one of us in this room today, when we finish this class, is going to have more knowledge than we had when we came in, including me. And unless we use the knowledge and act on it, it will not benefit you one bit. Just because you know how to do it don't mean you're going to do it. So have the courage to go ahead and move forward and do it. Believe these truths of transactions. I'm locked up.
I got a question real quick, Jason.
Yeah.
For an example, for that transaction, though it comes very easy to you and so other people in the room, would you take a fee or some part of the transaction to help him put all that together?
I'm a nonprofit organization. I don't ever charge money for anything. Of course. Of course I'd help somebody that needed help with that. I'd be glad to take a piece of the commission or something.
And he walked out of the room.
Truth of transactions. I mean, and if you don't believe these truths, you might as well just get up and leave right now. Because you got to believe these truths, otherwise you're going to get up and leave. See ya. You raised your hand. I'm sorry. I thought you were about to leave. You didn't believe the first one. The first one is money follows deals. Deals don't follow money. If you find the deal, you will find the money. It's simple. There's more money than there are good deals. If you can make the deal, if you can put the deal together and it makes sense to people, they will give you the money. Believe that. So that means everybody in the room has an unlimited amount of money to do transactions. So who in here only has 50 grand to do a transaction? I tricked you, man. I saw 3 hands go up, 4. They must not be paying attention. Who only has 50 grand? No, you have unlimited. Unlimited. For the right deal, you have an unlimited amount of money, okay? Make sure that sinks in your head. I use the force. You have an unlimited amount of money. It's like my brother that was a school teacher, right? Taught 7th grade, right out of school, right out of Clemson. He went to the classroom, and they said, Coach Dillard, I need to go use the restroom. And he didn't know what to say. It's like, well, you're not supposed to use the restroom in the middle of class. So he just attempted to use the force on him. He said, you prefer to use the restroom between classes. Okay, Coach, I just went and used the restroom between classes. So that worked. So I'm using the force on you, unlimited. There is not a number you can't raise if you put the deal together. Relationships make deals. I've done deals with people in this room, and it's not because the deal was perfect. It's because I knew the people, and I trust them. Chuck, did you raise all the money on this? No, you raised it. I put my number in, you never called me.
4 days.
Relationships. I put my number in, I'd set aside some money to give it to Chuck, and oops, it's gone. Got another deal. Relationships make deals. So don't come to these meetings and not go to the functions. Talk to people, get to know people. The smartest guy, when you hear the smart guy talking in the room and he really or she really knows what she's doing, I want to have lunch with that person. Even if they don't have anything in the book, it's the person that knows what they're doing. Relationships make deals. I'll inventory your inventory. Can we make more money if we only have our listings, or can we make more money if we can use everybody's listings? And in this room, everybody's inventory is yours. Assume that that client or that principal will let you use their inventory. I just bought a mini storage facility in Asheville, North Carolina, 1031 into it, and it's worth $1 million. It's free and clear. 1031, so I'm stuck in it till I get an unsolicited offer next year, and I'm looking to put debt on it. That's your inventory now. You heard me say it. If you need a place to put debt, private debt, just park some debt. Think of me. Because my equity is not making money. It's stagnant, sitting there. I'd rather use it and do something with it.
Explain the benefits to them of parking the debt.
If you convince somebody to take back a note for their property, not against their property, and you put it against my property, that property is free and clear. You can use it to go up, you can use it to leverage, you can use it to subdivide it. A lot of benefits to owning what you're buying free and clear and putting the debt that you're getting from a seller on another property.
Since you're teaching notes, you can create a note as a debt instrument against your own property and use that as down payment.
That's one of the slides in my class. And remember what I said. We might get to a slide and go, oh, we taught that already. This is your class. It's okay. It's okay if we get to a slide and I've already taught it. But these are the truths. If you don't believe these things, you don't have to have anything in the book to do deals. What did I have in the book to do the deal we demonstrated at the very beginning?
30,000.
5 units.
I had the ability to write a check for 30 grand or find it. Since my return was 176, I could have sold that position for 35 grand or 40 grand and given somebody else. I could have had nothing and did that deal. So believe that you can do a deal even if you're not a person that has the cash or the money or the note or the property or the listing. You can do deals even if you don't have anything in the book. What you have to offer is your knowledge. Free and clear has power. If you see something in the book that's free and clear, it makes my heart beat a little quicker. Free and clear has power. I can buy something that's free and clear, all paper. Because the seller doesn't have to pay off something. Free and clear has power. If you can make what you own free and clear, is it easier to trade it up? Yeah. So remember, one of the benefits of using paper and using real estate is the free and clear, or making it free and clear. The ability to make it free and clear has power. Adding cash will bring out a take it for any deal. What's the worst package in the book? It doesn't matter what it is, if you add enough cash to it, you can get rid of it. So when I hear somebody that's got a ton of cash, wanting to get rid of something small, especially, I just ask them to add a ton of cash into my transaction. Path to cash is a huge benefit. If you look at in our book and it says benefits sought, what are some of the things it says? They want to go up, they want to go to cash, they want to go down. Well, if they want to go down and they want to go to cash, then I can trade them a path to cash and let them two-step into cash. So a path to cash has power. Every presenter is placing an order, okay? If somebody presents a property in a quick pitch, they're placing an order. And a good exchanger hears what they're placing, the order they're placing. They're telling you about their property quickly, and they're telling you the cap rate and the value and the debt and all of that. But if the moderator's good, the moderator's going to pull out what order they're placing. And you got to be able to hear what they're placing. What was he placing an order for? $50,000-ish. And getting me out for this payment. And he didn't say that. He didn't come on, I got a client, she wants 50 grand or maybe 30 or maybe 40, and she don't have to make a payment next month. He didn't say that, but that's what I heard him say. I heard that's what the experienced exchanger heard him say. Everybody's placing an order, every presenter. Yes, sir.
Kind of skipped over half fully leveraged property.
Oh, a fully leveraged property has that's an example right there. Her property's basically fully leveraged. She's going to be more motivated to get out of a fully leveraged property because there's no equity there. So there's a strong chance I can buy it subject to the mortgage, which is one of the slides. It's in there. One of the pages in the book. Yes, sir. You got to give me a glass of water.
We've got a scenario for Jason. You're talking about taking debt out of a property. If I own a rental property, and the debt's probably about $27,000, $26,500, something like that. The market value is probably $65,000. How can I get rid of the bank debt so that I can take that and then go trade up into other properties?
Do you own anything else?
Other properties?
Yes, sir.
Nothing free and clear.
Tell me what other property you own that has the most equity?
Probably my own house.
Besides that?
That's about it, is that rental property.
And they're all fully leveraged?
We did a 75 LTV on the property. But I bought it really cheap though.
Do you have any other properties with private lenders?
No.
All right. Your friends don't let friends do business with banks on single family houses. So one of the mistakes that you didn't know you made, that I made too when I was starting out, is I put bank money on all my single family houses, and I went around to the upstate CREA meetings and talked about how great my interest rates were. But once you put that bank debt on there, you can't move it. And one of the benefits of having a private lender is being able to move, discount. I would get a private lender. How much money do you need to pay this loan off?
About 26 and a half, maybe 27,000.
And it's a $60,000 property?
$65,000, yeah.
Okay, so what I would do if I was you, I'd come into a room like this and I would make offers with my house to buy something. And then after I got an offer accepted, I would find a partner that will give you the 30 grand to free and clear it. So I would treat it free and clear to begin with. So if you're gonna go up to 300,000, find something that's 300, use it as a down payment to buy it. Once you get an offer accepted, then you present to somebody with 30 grand. Now, we've only talked to a handful of people in the room, but there's at least one person for sure I know that's got 30 grand. that might own half of the next deal you're going into. Because you really own half of your deal anyway.
Right.
You only own half of your house, the bank owns the other half anyway. If he comes in and frees and clear, now you don't ask, hey, will you free and clear my house so we can trade it up? It's gonna be great, we're gonna find a good deal on it. No, you go get it under contract to buy the next deal. Then you come back in and you give him the opportunity to own 50% of the deal that you've got under contract. And if he doesn't want it, right here, because deals are like girls and girls are like buses, right? Everybody's got money. You know why girls are like buses?
We're tired.
Well, if you miss the bus, there'll be another one along in about 15 minutes. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Path to cash is a huge benefit. Presenter is placing an order. Exchangers listen to what is to hear is what is not said. So you,
There you go.
if the first 3 or 4 years I came to these meetings and all I heard was the nuts and bolts of the deal and what the seller wanted. It took me a long time to hear what the presenter was really, what order they were really placing. What was not said. Why were they trying to dispose of this property? So you have to hear what's not said. Great exchanger playing chess, not checkers. Who likes chess? And you plan 3 or 4 moves ahead, right?
Try to.
Try to. So one of the examples in here is this was about 6 months ago, I sold one of my duplexes and the down payment free and cleared it, and I took back paper. Well, I don't want paper. I want paper that I can use to go up. My duplex that was encumbered is hard to trade up. Who wants a duplex in Spartanburg, South Carolina? Who wants a $60,000 first mortgage that somebody put $30,000 down that's paying 8% secured by a duplex in South Carolina? You see all the hands that came up? So I was playing chess, not checkers. I don't want that paper. Paper's going down in value, but I know that I could use it to go up. So I traded my equity from the equity I had in a duplex to an equity I had in paper that and I created it in an interest rate that people would like it, at an ITV that people would like, so I could go up. And that reminds me of, that's the same formula you could use. How much is your property rent for? $650. If somebody could put $30,000 down, and if you could find somebody with 30 grand that's got to spend it, they could put $30,000 down, you could create your $35,000 note. Now you're going up with your note into a smaller deal, but it's all yours. You follow that? You sure? You're the smartest person I've ever met, because the first person somebody told me that, I did not get it. If you got it, you're smart. That's another thing about this class. I'll say things you will not get it, and don't even try to think you're going to get it. You've got to hear it 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 times. It's okay. Took me that many times. So I'm not smarter than you. I just heard it enough times to catch it. That makes sense. So don't get discouraged. Knowledge without action is nothing. We covered that on the last page. And compound equity eclipses holds. That's why you don't want that deal that's going to be stagnant for 2 years. How fast do you want to trade up if you can trade up into more benefits?
As fast as possible.
Fast as possible. Why do you want to be stagnant with your equity? You already created the equity.
Right.
You got $2 million in equity. You're just going to be stagnant for 3 years waiting on approvals and stuff and raising money and hoping the bank funds. How many people's ever had a bank loan get approved and when you get to the closing they didn't give you the same rate and terms and wanted a bigger down payment?
The other way around.
I had a deal that we had perfect until my mezzanine financing everything for a similar deal, and the bank decided they weren't going to allow mezz financing. So my equity stack just collapsed because they were at the bottom of it, right? So if I'd have traded out of that property sooner, we ended up trading out of it and made money, but I'd have made way more money if I'd have traded sooner. The sooner you trade, the more money the faster it compounds. Fast. All right, look at this example on the bottom of page 6. You got a rental property, the value 75, debt's 50, my equity's 25, my cash flow's 30. Page 4. It was a 6 before I put my glasses on. It looks a lot like a 6 right now. Well, there's a 4.
It's like last time.
Yeah, it'll be an 8 there later. After a couple bourbons. So you got a rental property, the value 75, the debt is 50, equity's 25, the cash flow is 300 a month. Then you got another rental property, the value is 200, the debt's 50, equity's 150, the cash flow is 300 a month. What is my equity's cash flow for each one of those? What's the answer to that question?
300 a month.
What is my equity making?
300 a month.
Zero.
I think it's 0. My equity's making nothing. Every single month it makes nothing. It's stagnant. The deal you're in has cash flow of 300 a month. The fact that you got 25,000 in equity in the junker rental neighborhood, it just means don't trade up yet. What is the opportunity cost loss to not trade up on example 2? It's a lot, right? Because that 150,000 that you can use to go up in example 2 should make you more than 300 a month in the next deal. So I get this conversation, especially in my market. These numbers don't make sense for California market people, right? But in South Carolina, you know, well, I paid 50 grand for it, and it makes me 300 a month. Yeah, but what can you sell it for? What? I can only sell it for about 50 grand. Great, keep it. Paid 50 grand for it, it makes me 300 a month. I can sell it for 200. Well, you repurchased it this morning for 200 then, didn't you? How many own single families? You got a single family owner here I can pick on? I've already picked on you.
The hands go down.
You got a single family house?
First time here.
Oh, when you get picked on?
Yes.
Pick up the mic. What's the value of your 3-family?
180.
And what did you pay for it?
I paid 180 for it.
And how much could you sell it for today?
How much can I sell it for right now?
Yeah.
I wouldn't sell it right now. What was the question?
That wasn't the question. The question was how much could you sell it for today? Let me rephrase it. How much could you sell it for today? How much, if you put it on the market, would it sell for?
I would love to make a profit off it. 200.
You could sell it for 200?
Yeah.
Would you buy it again today for 200?
No.
Well, you just did when you woke up this morning, didn't you?
Say what?
You woke, is it on the market?
No, it's not.
Well, if it's not on the market and it's worth 200, you bought it for 200 this morning, why not put it on the market? How much do you owe on it?
Like 184.
Okay, so you'd rather have 16 grand in the bank than own this property?
No, I'd much rather have it on the property. I mean, on the property.
You'd rather own the property than the 16 grand in the bank? It cash flows now.
No, it's not cash flow.
Okay, would you rather have 16 grand in the bank or have a negative cash flow?
I don't want a negative cash flow. So 16 in the bank.
You would rather have 16 in the bank? I would too. So why did you rebuy it this morning?
I should, right?
You shouldn't. You should have already sold it. How long have you owned it?
Only a year.
How long ago could you have gotten your 16 grand back? Could you have gotten it back 6 months ago?
Maybe the day I bought it.
Thank you for letting me pick on you.
Absolutely.
You see what the point I made? Had no idea. Imagine if he had owned that for 10 years. A lot of times you get the conversation with it 10 years from now. He's owned it for 10 years at negative cash flowed. It finally started breaking even. Now he's cash flowing like crazy. He owes 170. It's worth 300. He's smiling ear to ear like he's a Cheshire cat. Cash flow, man. Look at my equity. I got a PSA all the way. You know what a PSA is?
I have the slightest idea what that is.
I don't know either.
Oh, that's not it.
But I got all this equity, my banker likes it, my wife likes it, look at this. But really, you could have used that equity and went up a long time ago. It had more cash flow, more depreciation, more appreciation, and maybe even in something with less obligations. So if you're an exchanger, the real estate's just a widget. What we're really trading is obligations and benefits anyway. Questions? Page 5. What is the formula? It's a strategy that will give the parties in the transaction a combination of the benefits they seek and or relieve them of obligations that are unwanted.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So,
What you're illustrating here, besides the teaching, which is amazing, is that there's a marketplace for trading paper, right? So aside from being at this conference, what's a way to access this marketplace? If I've got a deal,
Just call me. You don't need to call anybody else. Should I use the force on you on there's always money for paper if it's structured correctly?
Sure.
Yeah.
But if I'm sitting at my home or sitting in my office, I don't know what the market is going to pay. I don't know who the market is. I come here to Las Vegas, I meet everybody here, and now I know there's buyers for this, there's sellers for that. How do I or anyone here access that?
That's a great question, and it's all about the yield, and it's all about the risk. Yield needs to be higher for more risk. If it's first position, second position, how long the note is, that's something you're going to learn when you start doing more transactions. Every deal is different, but yield is important. You know how I know yield is important?
My question is the marketplace. So I didn't know this developer gentleman that's over there. I didn't know this gentleman here with the 5
Everybody you know
bucks.
is a potential buyer for paper.
Sorry?
What he's saying is
Everybody
important.
you know is a potential buyer for paper.
Let's make it simple. That paper we started out with earlier that was 176 yield, if I cut it down to 80, how many people would have bought that in the room?
Right.
If I cut it to 40, no, he wouldn't take it at 40, but he'd take it at 80. So his yield needs to be 80, which reminds me. So what's that beeping sound? I pulled out in front of some people on the highway, you know, like when we merge, and the cop pulled me over. And I said, well, they just wouldn't move. He said, you didn't see that yield sign? I said, I yielded as loud as I could, but the cars just kept on coming. Yes, sir?
Hold on. He's from South Carolina, you gotta get used to it.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I didn't hear from him. I didn't hear about his fear of losing his equity.
His fear of his $500,000?
No, I'm talking about a gentleman over here.
That's what it is. He's perfect.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What I heard, and I think many of us in the room, and myself included, I have a house that's just like that, except I got more equity than, I got about 100,000 equity in it, and I still, but I love that property.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If you sell it for cash and the money goes to the QI, are you afraid you won't be able to place it?
Yes, because I've had clients where we've had that problem, it's got too picky.
Okay.
What
So
you didn't hear from me is I may be too picky.
You come in a room like this.
Yes.
With your 1031 money.
Yes.
With short time.
Right.
And you don't get covered up in choices.
I get covered up in choices.
And you can't pick one of them. How did you ever get married?
I didn't think anybody else
She
would.
liked you first.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't think anybody else would marry me, that's it.
She liked you first.
52 years I've moved.
But here's the thing.
Right.
Even though you're not very desirable, your cash is the same as everybody else's cash.
Yes.
Does that help you?
What he was, Jason, what he was talking about is what his challenge is the fear of missing out on what he doesn't know.
But we picked on him as the first time.
Yeah.
This is what he was saying. It's for,
But I think that, I was trying to get to the core of the problem.
it's the
And
fear.
I know that for myself.
Well, we can talk about that later.
Okay,
I'm sure I'll be able to buy your property.
okay.
Hey, I can't figure out how to work this machine.
I know it.
How do I make the slack with him? What's the next question?
Why did I stay married to the same woman? It's because my real estate has more problems.
Fear that you're going to look stupid, and you're going to have to go home to your wife and say, well, I sold this property for a piece of paper. And she says, oh my God, you've done it again.
That's okay.
Those things.
I don't know what his fear is.
But no, I mean, that's what everybody's fear is, ain't it?
But when you make it simple, would you rather have 16 grand in the bank or have this negative or break even? Unless you just enjoy it.
Yeah, so
No, I'm just talking about the normal fear that everybody has for stepping out off a curb or something, whatever.
Let's not pick on him anymore. We got plenty of other people to pick on. He's brand new.
You don't pick on me?
Yeah, I pick on you. Pick on you. So next thing I've got on my slide is what is a formula?
What is it?
And I mentioned that before I brought the slide up. The information that I gathered to figure out what formula I'm going to use, I use the POS method, which is property owner situation solution. So when I'm talking to a seller, whether I'm moderating a package or I'm talking to a seller in a coffee shop like I was a couple of days ago, sitting there and seeing if she wanted to sell her building, that's the method that I use. Ask her about the property, all about her situation, and what would solve her problem. What problem does she have to solve? So the formulas that you hear in this room are meant to solve problems. And one of the best things you can do to solve a problem is to use paper. And knowing what questions to ask, it's an art. A good interviewer, they just keep asking the open-ended question, and you don't even realize they're interviewing the presenter. That's the kind of things that you have to do, and you have to practice it. So every time I meet somebody that has anything for sale, I just start asking questions. And try to figure out what their motivation is and what they want to do with their equity.
Speak out that pause again.
POS,
Stand for
property,
Okay.
owner, situation, solution. So a great way to balance is to use paper. And I just rattled off a bunch of benefits. You hear this all the time. What are the benefits of owning real estate? Just rattle them off right quick. Appreciation, depreciation, cash flow.
ability to leverage.
Yeah, I can borrow against it. It's a tax shelter. If it's got improvements, I can deduct. What else? What's one of my favorites the older I get?
Cash flow.
Security, safety.
Yeah, safety.
Yeah, so the 1031 I just did, we took half the money and bought free and clear stuff, which I thought I'd never do, for safety. And we took the other half and we levered up. So I got my safety benefit over here with little cash flow, but then I've got a lot of cash flow and a lot of yield over here with less safety. What about obligations? What are some obligations to own real estate? I gotta pay my taxes. Insurance, I gotta manage it.
Capital expenditure. Maintenance. CapEx.
Maintenance, yeah. If the tenant, something breaks, I gotta have enough money in reserves to fix the air conditioner if it blows up or whatever. I gotta keep the insurance on it. If it's got a bank loan on it, I gotta keep the banker happy. I gotta send them my PFS once a year, and they gotta like my numbers, or they could take my property. There's a lot of obligations to own real estate. And a lot of times you'll hear someone present something and they don't have a need for different benefits. They have a need for less obligations. So those of us with no hair and gray hair, we probably want less obligations. Those of you that have brown hair and blonde hair and half hair, y'all are okay with more obligations. Right?
Should be.
A hair test.
So what is paper? Page 6. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Who said that?
Yeah.
Wimpy. So that paper that I created in that earlier example, I just created it. I grabbed a piece of paper and I put, I owe you $50,000 at $4,000 a month for enough months to get you paid back. That's a note. A note is a promise to pay. If it's secure, it's going to have, what secures the note in our world? A mortgage or a deed of trust. Now, can you secure with other things?
Yes.
Yeah. What's your favorite, one of my favorite things is I secured a loan with an option. So on an option to buy a building, I needed some more money to put a roof on, I borrowed against my option to put the roof on. So streams of equity in either direction over time. So the either direction is important. You can use a reverse mortgage to actually make your negative eat for a period of time. So don't forget that paper can go both ways. Anybody have a reverse mortgage in here? I can't wait till I'm old enough to get one. Borrow at bank rates and you never have to pay it back on the house you live in. That's not a bad deal, if I need them, especially if I need the money. But I have a lot of reverse mortgages on my houses I'm flipping and building. They're accruing. You know, they're accruing mortgages. They're not reverse, they're not forward. They're just stagnant. They're in between. So an accruing mortgage doesn't have a payment. Jim, what you got?
I just sold a house with a reverse mortgage, my own house. It was wonderful. About 15 years, I never made a payment.
So you owned it for 15 years, didn't make a payment the whole time. And since you're in Florida, your appreciation outran your equity that you were losing.
I netted out quite well.
So what did you just hear him say?
He made money.
What did an exchanger hear Jim say?
I netted out quite well.
No, that ain't what I heard him say.
I never made a payment.
No.
He got paid to get paid.
No.
He's got money.
He's got money. That's what I heard him say. So if you see me writing as fast as I can, you've already spent it. You got more money. You got more money from somewhere else. When somebody presents something and they say something like that, I assume they have money. And if I need them to help me with one of my deals, I write it down. Jim Wolf has money.
Everybody write that down.
What's that number, Jim? I do, now what about it? There you go.
Page 7 is an example of a note, just in case nobody in here has ever seen a note. What's the monthly payment on that note?
Zero.
$0 a month. Can anybody in here besides me afford $0 a month? So this is a deal where I'm building a house. It's a real live note. I just pulled it off of my email. So you borrow the money from a person, they get paid back a lump sum. It's like a CD to them. So if they're used to borrowing money putting money in the bank and getting a 1% CD, and it takes a year or so to get their money back, same thing. Except he's making 8. So 8%. The next page is an example of a mortgage. Now, I didn't have a trustee because most of my stuff's in South Carolina were a mortgage state. So that secures it. So the note is the promise to pay, and the mortgage is the security that's recorded against the property. And together, that's what we call paper. So when you hear somebody say paper, that's probably what they're talking about. If I'm creating paper, I'm going to have a note and a mortgage or a trustee. Does the note get recorded? No. The mortgage gets recorded. Otherwise, the collateral is not there. Right?
And it doesn't have to be a mortgage, it can be an option.
Yep. You could collateralize it with an option. You could collateralize it with any kind of lien. Yeah. So page 9. What to know about paper? Does paper have to have payments? No. Just had an example of that, right? Does the interest have to start at close? No. Ooh. You ever borrowed money from somebody and the interest didn't start for a while? Yep. Yeah. Especially solar financing. And Mr. Seller, I need to borrow 100 grand from you, but I don't have it rented. It's gonna take me 3 months to get it rented, so I can't start making payments for 3 months. So you close, and 3 months later, you start making payments. It gives you time to get a new family living in the house. Can the rate change? It's adjustable. Yeah, so you can make it really high in the beginning, low later. You can make it how you want to make it. A note is just malleable. Can you sell the paper? Yeah, one of my favorite things is to create some paper and sell it for a profit, or borrow against it's another thing. You can sell off some payments. Does everybody understand what a partial is? So, one of the guys in our local exchange meeting created a piece of paper for 70 grand, and it cost him 40 grand to create it. I bought a partial for 40 grand from him. I'm getting the 1,500 a month, and my yield is going to be in the 20s, but he has nothing in it. He got a down payment when he placed the family, so he got 10,000 down. So he has nothing in it, he got 10,000 down. I have 40 grand of my money in it, but my yield is in the 20s. And once I receive my last payment, which I think I bought the first 30-something payments, he'll start receiving payments. So in about 3 years, he'll receive that 1,500 a month for another 2 years. It was a 5-year note. So you can actually sell off partials. Is a partial safer to the buyer, or is it more risky to the buyer?
Safer.
Safer. That $60-something thousand mortgage he assigned to me, even though I only paid 40 for it. The person that puts 10,000 down, they bought it for 70-something. I bought it for 40. I've almost got an investment to value at 50% because I bought a partial. It's safer.
Also, that remainder, he's on the hook.
The remainder is on the hook to make payments to me if he wants to protect his equity, that's in the rest of that note. That's true. And we talked about reverse mortgages. I could receive payments. So, and one of the things that I like to use on that deal, a deal like that, is we used to take houses subject to the mortgage, and I didn't have any money, but I would want to flip them. So I would just borrow small chunks of money in second as a reverse to cover the first. So if, let's say I got a payment of $2 grand a month and I don't have $2 grand a month, well, I'll let Ed Berlinski lend me $2 grand a month in second position, but I'll pay him 24%, which sounds really expensive, but it's not that expensive. It's only going to be out for 6-8 months. What's 24% on $2 grand a month? It's 2%. What's 2% of $2 grand? Yeah. And in a flip deal, if I'm going to make 50,000-60,000, it doesn't matter that much. It gives him a really good return because he's in second. It's a little bit riskier for him because he's in second.
Sell a mortgage, like we did a mortgage on the medical building, and we had a first right of refusal to buy it back. If you went to the market, we could sell it for short.
So what Brian is saying is never pay off a private lender unless, if you can help it, without asking if they would take less. Yeah, you just always ask. It's free to ask. We had a seller take back a mortgage one time, and she worked as a paralegal at the attorney's office. I called her once a week for like 2 months, asking her to take a little less, and she said no every time, because she knew the game. She got her full payment when we flipped the house.
I believe that if you have a private lender, somebody you've cultivated locally, and you're getting ready to pay them off, I always ask them, are they willing to move that money to another property? And if they say yes, I'm out shopping.
Bingo. That's a man after my own heart. He must have read ahead in my handout. That's a great point. Is Tuesday wimpy? You hadn't paid up. It's on page 9. So an exchange is a formula. When to use a simple swap. You know, we come to these rooms and you think you're going to trade like baseball cards 1 for 1, and the odds of that happening is almost never. It's always going to be a 3-way, or there's always going to be a QI that holds cash, or a QI that even holds your paper, your 1031 paper. Most of the time, it's going to be more than a 2-way. What if the exchange and the benefits and obligations won't match in the exchange? What do you do?
Paper to balance.
Paper balances it. That's why it's important to know paper when you're an exchanger. Paper balances every time. Well, I'm not willing to give you that price. Well, we'll use paper and make it up. And the paper can be due a year from now. It can start right away. It depends on how you want to balance it. Don't forget, most of our exchanges take multiple steps, even when you're using paper. So the benefit over here wasn't that he was going to a $2 million note, as much as he could trade that $2 million note into a cash flowing multifamily. So the $2 million note's great. That's going to balloon in 2 years. But the cash flow multifamily was the second step. That's what gives him cash flow now. And the ability to leverage. So as soon as you got him out, if you negotiated with him to get him out over here, you could go right back and borrow money and get your $500,000. You could still earn your $500,000 in commissions by borrowing it. Yeah. So cash demands a discount. Trades make 2 or 3 moves, but no discount. In this market, cash may not demand a discount because the market's so hot. When we get, especially when we get back to normal, if I can trade down slowly and get full price in 2 or 3 steps, I don't have to give up the discount when I'm selling. When we do a trade, and this in the next page, I'm going to show you a deal I just did. I almost always use 2 PSAs. Why do I use 2 PSAs instead of 1 exchange contract?
Easier to understand?
Yeah, the bank, and if it's got a bank involved, they're really going to blow them away.
Yeah.
So if I'm getting a bank loan, I'm definitely going to use a purchase and sell agreement to buy and a purchase and sell agreement to sell. And what you see on the closing statement for where I'm buying is funds received from another closing as the down payment.
Right.
So funds received from another closing is on my purchase HUD if I'm getting a bank loan. So 2 PSAs. I just cut and paid this off of a deal I just did. I bought a building for $120, and I used the 1031 to buy it. But I really paid a $300,000 assignment fee to a friend. You know what friends are, right?
People you want to pay.
Friends are people that you do deals with. Friends are people you do deals with. It's a friend. So the assignment fee made it to the friend because it was 1031 money. I couldn't get it. But my friend and I are going to do a deal in the future with that money. That makes sense?
Are your friends always licensed?
No, I have friends that aren't licensed.
And there's no problem with an assignment fee?
No, not in South Carolina. You know, friends are friends, pals are pals, but, you know. Friends are people that lend me money or I do deals with, yeah. You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, but you can't watch your friends on the side of the sofa. It's another funny joke. Everything reminds me of a joke or of something from a movie. Did I say that too fast for anybody to laugh?
Yeah. I got it. I got it.
What did you say?
You can pick your friends and you can pick your nose, but you can't wipe your friends on the side of the sofa.
I get it.
And then the second HUD on page 11 is where I sold a property I owned. So I owned a little condo, and the guy that owned the building I was buying, I asked him if he would rather have a condo. So I called him and I said, I don't know if you want to do this or not, but I can't figure out why you wouldn't. This building you're gonna sell me, well, you're getting about a 6% return on that building, but if you buy this condo for the same amount, you'll make 8. And I had just had a feeling you'd rather make an 8% return on the building, on a condo, than making 6% on a building. He said, yeah, I'd rather make 8 than 6. So I took my 1031 money and I gave 120 to him, bought a building. Then he turned around and took the same money and bought one of my condos. So who ended up with the money? Why me? So I ended up with my 1031 money, but I sold a condo, so I leased the condo back from him at an 8 cap. Because I don't want to lose my condo. I want to keep controlling my condo. My condo's got a family living in it paying rent. And my chunk of coming in from the rent is less than the chunk of going out from the lease that I've got on the guy that bought it from me. Does that make sense? So, 2 HUDs.
So I got a question.
Yep.
So I just, a question on that assignment fee. So under 1031 rules, that's legal, or I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's legal. I mean, I can pay whatever I want to pay for whatever I'm buying. And I wanted to invest some money with that particular friend anyway.
Right.
And it didn't go into my bank account.
Right.
It's in his bank account, doing things that he's doing. And I'm gonna partner with him on the projects he's working on in the future.
Okay.
So it was a way for me to get the rest of my 1031 money spent.
Okay. But you don't own, you're not into that Patty Can LLC.
No.
You have nothing to do with it.
No,
Okay.
it's a friend.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I
A
get
friend, a friend has that LLC, and that LLC has the cash, and I can't, it's not my cash. It can't be my cash, or I would be,
Right.
if I got all of it, I'd be in trouble.
Okay.
But the cool, now something that wouldn't be a problem is the second closing statement, because that second closing statement, it just says I sold something. So if you look one page ahead, I owed 60-something thousand on it.
Right.
So I didn't get all of my 120. I got 120 minus the 60-something that went in my pocket. So that's legal. That's fine.
Right.
It just two-stepped it into my pocket.
I just kind of want to reiterate on that nuance. As a broker and agent, I would never put assignment fee on there if somebody wasn't licensed. So I'm just trying to understand why not put something like a consultation or some other service.
What state are you in?
I'm in Michigan.
Is there some Michigan state law that says you can't earn an assignment fee? Let me ask you a question. If you didn't have a license and you had that dirt under contract,
Sure.
would it be okay with you if I gave you $1 million to step into that
Not
position?
not as an agent or as a broker, not as an
Well, if you had it
assignment.
under contract,
Right, I would prefer, if I was unlicensed, to have a consulting agreement with you.
was everybody in this room is licensed.
That's
But there's another world out there of investors that all they do is put stuff under contract and assign contracts and make assignment fees for a living.
So in Michigan, they have cracked down a lot on that, and I think that most, at least from what I've seen, the common practice is to stay away from that because of the fact that people are
And,
unlicensed.
you know, that's what's really cool about our business. If we don't feel comfortable doing it, just don't do it.
Right.
We don't work for anybody.
Yeah.
We can look ourselves in the mirror. You know what? I don't think I'm gonna earn assignment fee with that LLC because blah, blah, blah. And I can structure it differently. And it depends on, you know, you call your CPA. That's another thing. Every time I make an offer that's creative, one of the first things I say is, will you call your CPA and get his and her advice before we have our second meeting? Yeah. So I made a living earning assignment fees before I got my license, unlicensed. So that's why I have a different opinion. There's no wrong opinion. Ed?
Do you have a checkbook IRA?
I don't have a checkbook IRA.
Do or don't?
I don't. I have a Roth IRA that's with Equity Trust, and I haven't slowed down enough to turn it into a checkbook IRA, but that would be really cool to have.
I'm just curious because I'm just curious because you are deep into many, many transactions with your IRA, and it seems like it would be administratively easier for you to.
I don't do a lot of deals with my IRA. I borrow money from other people's IRA. I have about a 5 to 6 million borrowed from IRAs. But I don't have, my IRA is just sitting there. I should be doing more with it. Yes, in the back? No, I thought I saw a hand go, yep, what you got? After this question, we'll take a break.
Can you go back to the example of the exchange that you did and how there was that assignment for 300,000, there was a credit for 421? I mean, you lost me there. How you did
It was 420 in my 1031 that I had to spend cash. I contracted to buy the building for 120, but I didn't. I had my friend contract to buy it for 120. And then my friend assigned the contract to me, to me. So when my QI sent the money, the QI sent the 420. And the 300 went to the assignment fee, which went to Pelican. But 120 went to the seller. I now own the building. I own the building now. But that same 120 came on that exact same day on this, in a closing statement right next to it. He bought a condo from me. So I sold him a condo leased to buy. And I bought a building from him. By the way, that building, I sold him that building 3 years ago for 100. I bought a 1031 into that. You want to really get confused? I 1031 into that building 3 years ago for 300. I needed some money to do another deal. Well, one of my friends had 100 grand. So I sold him the building for 100 grand. And I leased it back at a 6 cap. Well, then I had another 1031 this year, and I decided to buy the building back. Now I'll sell you the building next year if you want to, and buy it back from you a couple years from now. I end up owning the same stuff over and over again, depending if I'm gonna raise money or not. I don't use a bank unless it's a big transaction. We're closing. Ellie's awesome. Ellie's in the room where we was. Yeah, we're closing today on a multi-industrial building, 2.35 million. Ellie's helping me with, but that's our bigger stuff. We use people in the retirement accounts for the little stuff. Did I answer your question?
No, but it's okay.
I feel like a failure.
It's okay, no, don't worry about it. I'm new to this and I'm learning.
You gonna be at the meeting all week? Yes. Well, just come ask me and I'll be glad to try to re-explain that to you. All right, it's break time.
All right, everybody, he's come. Let's go ahead and get started. Jason's got an example of a financial calculator for you to download on your phones.
I got it. Easy calculator. See them in the top corner? And the cool thing about this calculator is you don't have to be that smart to use it. So us boys from Clemson, we can actually use it and do deals. So if you look at, if you can find it, and if you can't find it, you can look up at the screen. Present value is my whoop out. I took the CCIM class, and the girl that taught it was from Texas, and I never forgot this. Why don't you call that the whoop out? That's the money you whoop out of your pocket to buy the deal. So if you whoop out money to lend, you're the lender. It's a negative number. So most of the time, the PV is negative. So that's your present value. That's the amount of cash that you're putting in the transaction right now. Then P is the payment. Well, that'll be negative to the borrower, or it'll be positive to the lender. Depends on how you started the process here. So one has to be positive and one has to be negative, or this calculator won't work. If you try to calculate for something and it didn't work, more than likely you forgot to put a negative in front of the whoop out. So you remember what the whoop out is?
Money I gotta whoop out.
The money I whoop out. So that's the loan amount. So if I'm Ed Berlinski, that's the amount of money I wired to the attorney for the hard money loan, right? That's my whoop out. Now the future value is how much I'm going to get at the end of the loan. So if it's amortized and it's going to pay out over the whole 30-year am, my future value is what? Nothing. If I've got a balloon, the future value is my balloon. So a lot of the deals, like the loan that I just bought, the partial loan, there's no balloon on it, but then I bought another note earlier in the week, And it's a, it's 20-year AM with a 5-year balloon. So for me to actually calculate my yield, I gotta actually solve for the balloon first and then calculate for the yield. R is the rate, that's % per year. And the periods are how long. Now what this calculator will do, if you've got it downloaded, you can change this from monthly to quarterly or annually. It's probably on monthly already. How many of the people in the room already know how to use a financial calculator? How many people do not? Okay, what we're gonna do here in a minute, we're gonna do an example and then we're gonna stop and we're gonna turn around and we're gonna find somebody that raised their hand that didn't raise the hand when you raised your hand. Does that make sense? And you're gonna teach the person that doesn't know how to do it, how to do it. So if we go to the next easy example here, if I invest $100,000 at 10% over 30 years, what's my payment gonna be? So what's the first thing I have to do? Well, I gotta put in my whoop out. How much am I investing? 100, but if I'm whooping it out, it's a negative number, correct? So put in a negative 100. Now, what is the payment? Well, I'm solving for the payment. I don't have to put in the payment. What's the future value if it's a 30-year amortized? Zero. What's the rate that I have to put in my EZ calculator? 10. And the periods are what? 360. And they're monthly. So my payment is how much? $877.57. Okay, so we got the whoop out is 100 grand, payment's $877.57, and I'm gonna lend this money, and you know what I say to myself, self, because that's what I call myself when I talk to myself, I said, self, I don't wanna wait all this long to get my money back. So what if I want a 10-year balloon? How do I make this solve for a 10-year balloon? Remember what I said the balloon would be? The future value. So the balloon is the future value. So if I want a 10-year balloon, how many months is in 10 years? 120. So I can go in this same calculator that I can see all the pieces to the puzzle, and I can change that 360 to 120. And I can solve for future value, so I can tap on the FV. And how much is my balloon? $90,938.34. So if I lend the money at 10%, I'm gonna get 120 payments of $877.57 a month, and then I'm gonna get a final balloon payment of $90,930.34. But wait a minute. I think I want to get some of my money back. I want to sell the balloon. What's a good return for somebody in the room? How much do you want to make from your money? 10? Well, it's already got 10% in there, so we don't have to change that. But if I'm only selling the balloon and you're buying that balloon, are you receiving payments? No, so let's change the payment to 0. So there's no payments coming in. You want to make 10%, but now what do I have to solve for? If I'm selling just a balloon, I got to solve for the whoop out, right? So if I hit PV, what did y'all come up with? $33,593. So if you give me $33,593.26, and 10 years from now you get that $90,938.34, you made a 10% yield on your money. Make sense? And maybe I kept the paper and kept the payments for the first 10 years. And you just waited and got the money later. That makes sense? This calculator, in 15 to 20 minutes, when you focus on it, you can learn how to use it quicker. Just play around with it. So if I'm looking on page 13, I've got cash on cash. And I just threw this in here because people get confused. How do you calculate cash on cash? Bueller. Bueller. What is cash on cash? Amount invested over how much your cash flow is per year. Yeah. So your NOI over your amount invested. So your NOI, we can write that on this sheet, NOI divided by whoop out. I'm going to put whoop out. Whoop out. Now IRR, your internal rate of return, how do you calculate that? That's what we just did. An IRR is how much out, how much in over time, and how much back. So when you're calculating yield, that's the same as IRR. So don't get cash on cash confused with IRR. If somebody tells me they have an IRR of 15% and there's not an ending to the transaction and I didn't get my money back, they're confusing it, probably with cash on cash. Cash on cash is just a snapshot of what you're getting per year. What they're predicting, what you're making. I can look at what I made cash on cash last year. I invested 100 grand a year ago and I got 10 grand in cash flow. I made 10% on my money, cash on cash. But who knows what my IRR is going to be because I haven't sold the asset yet. You actually have to dispose of the asset to calculate the IRR. Questions about cash on cash and IRR, real quick.
What's the formula for IRR?
What we just did. What we just did. How much you get put out with the payments you receive back over time and the amount returning your principal back or not principal back. Maybe there's no future value. So.
Cash on cash is more of a short thing.
Say that a little louder for me.
Cash on cash, is it more of a short thing than the IRR?
Is it more of a sure thing? Probably, because you can predict shorter, quick. It's kind of like it's going to rain tomorrow because the weatherman says it is. And he's pretty much going to be right tomorrow, but they can't really predict what's going to happen in a week. You know, a week from now they're guessing. 2 weeks from now they're really guessing. Well, IRR, you have to receive payments over time and actually dispose of the asset. So cash on cash, a lot of investors use cash on cash. Now, if we got any CCIMs in here? What we like to do is IRR, right? That's what they taught us in 101 and 104, so that we can show the investor what they're really getting when they buy it, hold it, sell it.
That creates the assumption about how much.
Yeah, they're using a bunch of assumptions. All right, what about a loan constant? Who thinks loan constants are important?
I do.
Why do you think they're important?
Because that defines your cash on cash return.
Bingo! You don't know how many people don't know their loan constant on their investment. So a loan constant defines your cash on cash return. So if I owe 100 grand and my payment's 500, or I owe 100 grand and my payment's 1,000, which one has the better constant? The 500. The chunk going out needs to be smaller. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll look at my properties on a spreadsheet and I'll see that I've got a bunch of single family houses and I've paid them down, and when my payment is got a higher loan constant than I like, that's when I refinance it. I don't need to pay off houses. I need to make cash flow. Your loan constant is how you calculate your cash flow. So your loan constant is the cash flow divided by the payment. So you want to make that constant work in your advantage. So let's use an example. I bought a house subject to the mortgage 10 years ago. My payment is $700 a month, and I owed $100. So what was my loan constant? It was 100 over 7, 1.3. Well, now I paid it, that 100, I paid it down to 50. So now I owe 50 and I'm paying 700 a month. Could I not go out and replace that 50 with a lower payment?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. So I don't like that loan anymore. A lot of people like that loan because they're paying off debt faster. What does paying off debt do? It makes your taxes more. Yeah, I had a girlfriend from Texas when I was at Clemson. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. Rebecca was her name, curly hair. But yeah, you pay more taxes by paying off debt, and it's not even money you get to put in your pocket. I kind of want the money in my pocket if I'm gonna pay taxes on it. I don't want the money in the bank's pocket. So I'd rather have interest only than amortized, and if I can get it, or principal only. Any questions about loan constants? Yes.
Is there a loan constant to where you're looking to refinance? Is there what number?
If I use the 1% rule, and as I'm looking at my spreadsheet, if my payment's 500 and I owe 50 on it, then I know that I can refinance. I should be out of it. And some of you guys that like banks, they're going to have a different calculation. I'm going out and getting a little bit higher interest rates from my private lenders. So you might have, I don't know what your number will be. So whatever, it moves around as bank rates move around. Interest only versus amortization. So I hit on that a second ago. If I'm amortizing debt, I'm paying it off. If I've got a 5% bank loan or a 7% interest only private loan, which one has a higher payment?
5% bank.
Well, I didn't tell you what the term is, so you don't know for sure which one's which, right? But most of the ones I've looked at the rates we have today is the answer's the same. So would I rather have a 7% interest only private loan or a 5% amortized bank loan? What would I prefer? Private, all day long. All day long. Banks, friends don't let friends do business with banks. Stay off the carpet. You know, just go on the tile, drive through, whatever. Don't get on that carpet and get that bank loan on your single families especially. Because I can do something with my 7% interest only private lender. I cannot do anything with my banker. My banker wants what my banker wants. He fits in a box. Banks have a box you fit in. Lenders have a brain. I made that up. About 1 out of like 27 things I say, I came up with on my own. That was one of them. Box, brain. Much rather deal with somebody that has a brain. And pay them for it. Pay them 7 instead of 5. It was about 5 years ago, I sat down with my CPA with my flip-flops on and my ball cap, and they said, well, Jason, you made money this year, you're gonna owe about 100 grand in tax. And I said, well, I don't have 100 grand. He said, well, you made it, it's right there in your P&Ls. Well, what we had done is paid off some houses. Well, paying off houses doesn't make you not pay tax. And a lot of the reasons I had a lot of taxes, I had a lot of amortized loans. So I'm paying off houses with my cash, and I'm paying off houses inside my amortization, and I've got all this income that without cash flow. That's phantom income. So we refinanced a bunch of stuff, and I started buying bigger and started sheltering more of my income. And now my kids are on Medicaid. Because the stinking government doesn't know any better that I'm wealthy even though my taxable income's low. And we've already got them off of it twice by sending letters. This is not a political organization, right? But you can shelter your income if you own real estate. And you do not want to pay tax on money that's not going in your pocket if you can help it. So that's why I would rather have the interest only instead of amortized on just about everything. Because the sooner I trade up, the sooner I can get more benefits. What's the most powerful thing in the belief-o-meter?
Pyramid.
Pyramiding. If I can place the tenant and increase the rent and make it worth more, how soon do I want to trade it up? As soon as I can get it, somebody to take it, and my QI or my accountant, my CPA says it's okay for me to 1031 on up, or simultaneous trade on up.
If you can find something with equal or more benefits.
I can find something with more benefits because I can create the deal. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. This class is more fun after lunch.
Do we get to drink at lunch?
Yes. You can, but I can. I won't be able to finish the class. It's already late for me anyway. Why use paper in the formula? That's where we are in the book. It's number 15. It enables you to pay full price. So are you more likely to get the offer accepted if you offer full price?
Yeah.
Yeah. It enables you to make a down payment even though you don't have the cash. So if you don't have the money and you still want to make a down payment, you can do that using paper. You can raise cash for your deals using paper. You know, there's example after example of that. You create the paper when you borrow the money. So you're really creating paper when you borrow from a private lender. You can hide the profit inside your financing. So you can finance when I buy that's better than the financing when I sell, and I bought and sold it for the same amount, but I'm still making a profit. Paper can be moved in the future. Private paper can be moved in the future. And one of my favorite formulas is walking the dead, moving paper. Just move it like crazy. As a matter of fact, I'm going to skip to the end. This is one of my favorite, because I made something up new. This wasn't in the thing earlier. So, assume and move private debt. So where are my helpers? Where are my helpers? All right, you're Dan Kessler. You're me, and you're my private lender. Okay, so you stand right here. Now this property, where's my pad? This is a real life deal. So this is the deed to a $200,000 building. Well, to get this building sold, there was a $140,000 piece of paper that you received to sell him the building. And you're going to be me in a minute. Well, I sold a building and you wanted to buy it from me.
I thought I was you.
Well, I'm you. Well, I don't know who we are. So right now, you're receiving a payment from you every month. And as a matter of fact, you're receiving $800 a month. Now this is a 5%, and it's amortized over 15 years. So you own the paper, you're paying him. Who are you again?
Dan Kessler.
You're Dan.
I mean,
You're really Mark Mayfield.
Mark Mayfield.
Yeah.
Put on beer.
Now I want to, you want to buy one of my buildings, so you give me the paper, part of it. So now I own the paper.
What do I get?
You get my building, but we're not going to talk about that right now. You got 120 grand. Okay, so I took in the paper that's worth how much?
140.
Well, I went to one of my private lenders and I said, hey man, I got this paper, it pays $800 a month. Is there any reason why you wouldn't buy it? It's worth 140, I'll sell it to you for 120. Would you take that? Sure. Okay, so I walked away with my 120. So what did I do with my 120? What do I feel like, right? It's my money. So the 120 he invested, you step out for a minute. Careful! He almost stepped in the trash. So who's receiving the payment?
Kick the can.
Dan's paying my lender every month. That was 4 years ago. So Dan calls me up 2 weeks ago and Dan says, I need to pay that loan off. I said, well, I don't have that loan anymore. You've just been sending me a payment. I've been sending it to my lender. He said, and I said, what are you going to do with that paper? He said, I'm going to pay it off. I said, aren't you going to move it? I mean, come on. I said, well, you know what? I'll assume it if you'll let me move it. Assume and move private debt. So, this is supposed to close next week. You own the deed to the property. Somebody's coming in and buying the property from you. So you step away. He owed you 140, but it's paid down to 128 now. I'm assuming it. And I'm putting it on one of my buildings. So 128. When Dan sells the building, the payoff that he's going to send Dan is 128. He's going to tell the closing attorney to send the 128 to who? You. To Jason. So I get the 128. And I'm going to give a new note, not a new note, but a new mortgage to my lender. Now, what does that say on the bottom right there? With substitute of collateral clause. So, I owe you 128. Why do I owe him 128 on a $140,000 mortgage? Because Dan paid it down for me for 4 years. Who has the cash? What did it really cost me to get this cash? Don't know, didn't do the math. But I know the payment is $800 a month at 5%. So I assumed it, then I moved it. Now I happened to own a building that I owed about 130 on at 10%, interest only. So I was paying $1,300 a month, now I'm paying $800. So my chunk of going out went down by $500. So did I give myself a $6,000 a year raise? Yeah. So I gave myself a $6,000 a year raise by listening to what Dan told me about getting a payoff and going back to this person right here and saying, listen, are you happy just keeping making what you're making instead of getting paid off? I'll put you on my building. By the way, my building's worth $500,000. Is that safe for him? Yes. Assume and move. So I assumed the loan that somebody else had paid on for a while, and I moved it onto my property because I knew Dan was selling the deal. That makes sense? Questions?
So Jason, question I have is, naturally, I'm assuming that you're talking about private paper when you assume and move.
Yep.
Because banks are not too keen on doing that. And then the question is, are there covenants in these loans, this private paper, that allows for substitution of collateral?
That's a great question, and it doesn't matter. Because if you lend me the money and your mortgage says, I will not move, I will not go, I do not like green eggs and ham, I do not like them salmon ham, I do not move the loan to there, I will not move it anywhere. And I go to you and I say, man, you know what? I think Christmas came early for you. You're making 12% and you're about to get paid off. And you told me the last time I talked to you, you don't have anywhere else to put your money. So even though you don't have a substitution or collateral in your mortgage, if you'll sign a satisfaction of mortgage, if you'll sign this and record it against the property we're selling, we'll give you a new mortgage on the property we're moving you to. Keep the same note. Catch that? When you walk the debt, the note goes with you, the mortgage gets, one gets satisfied, a new mortgage gets, or deed of trust, gets recorded. But yeah, that's why friends don't let friends do business with banks. If it was a bank loan, Dan would have been calling me for the payoff.
Because all you did, Jason, is you kept the note, as you said, that you moved the instrument of security.
Yeah. I call my lender, he's making 5%, but he's really making, 8. We calculated him to make 8, right?
Right, and in that process.
Because I discounted and sold a note from 4 years ago. Well, he still owed 130. So he could go to cash and recast it, but I just said, will you do me a favor? I need a loan from my office. He says, yeah, I'll do you a favor.
Right, but in between the rating of the lines, you just about told Alex, you were making 12, you're about to make nothing. And
Oh, that was a different example of how I could convince him to move,
Correct.
even if he don't like moving. Because if he needs his money to go to cash, now I'm calling her, would you rather get paid back or would you rather keep making your return?
Right.
Do you like making the payment? You know that payment you get every month that comes from my bank? Would you rather keep getting it or not keep getting it? Well, you're about to not keep getting it unless you want collateral over here.
Right.
And it's just as safe as the collateral you have now. So now if you need the money because something's changed in your life, we'll just pay you back. You don't try to twist their arm and make them do it. They're enjoying that return. Questions about this transaction? Did y'all catch it?
Yes.
That's a simple one. It gets more complicated after lunch. So I wanted that paper, and I got it. Thank you. So when I'm listening to the presenter, I know they're placing an order. I'm on page 16. My question to myself is, what is it? What are they presenting? What order are they taking? What placement? What order are they placing? Because what happens a lot of time in a room this big, especially, we'll have a guy over here and he'll be placing an order, and the guy over there has what he's looking for. But the guy over there, guess what the guy over there is doing? Looking at his Facebook, checking his email. But guess what I'm doing? I'm listening, and I've already heard him present, so I know that he's got what they want. Okay? So I ask myself, what do they need? And how can I get created paper to make the deal and give them the benefits they want? Why does the owner want to dispose of the property? How motivated does the owner seem? How do you know the seller's motivation? Is it what they say they'll do or what they'll do? What they'll do. And do-do's important, especially the older you get.
Do happens.
Can another presenter fill this order? Because I don't need to have anything in the book to make money. I can get in between the two presenters, and I can go over here and go, you know what, if you had 20% cash and the rest paper at 5%, there's any reason why you wouldn't do that. Now, I'd probably do that. I'd solve my problem. I go over here and I go, you know, I think they'll take your property as a down payment if you can put 20% down. And how about I do that? Well, then I contract over here, I contract over there, and when it closes, I end up with something. We're going to have an example like that later. So you want to listen to what's being said, but you want to hear what they're not saying and find out what the seller's true motivations are. Why is private paper so flexible? Just like silly putty. I remember taking a class, my first class I was talking about earlier, 15 years ago, the teacher's like, it's like silly putty. You can squeeze it, you can push it, you can pull it, you can make it longer, you can make it shorter, you can break it in two. You can have payments for 5 years and have no payments for another 5 years, and have big payments in a balloon. And it can be negative amortized, it can be positive. I was talking to Steve Barker. I had lunch with Steve Barker, and he told me 25 years ago they were doing development loans. It was 18%, and it was 12% of it was payments and 6% accruing. In other words, he was making a 12% payment, but the bank was still accruing at 6 more. So it was really motivated to get that development out of the ground and get it done, because that's what their interest rates were, and the banks couldn't get any loans done unless they were willing to do creative deals like that. And we're complaining about our 4 and 5 and 6% rates, where the older folks had to borrow at 18 and 20. 24. So remember, paper's like silly putty. And I almost brought a silly putty for everybody, but then I figured y'all would start playing with it and try to make the newspaper. You realize it won't pick up the new newspapers like it used to. You know why? Because it's laser printed. It's not real ink. You know, you used to put the silly putty and you'd put it on funny paper, and you'd have the funny paper be on your silly putty. Everybody did that, right, growing up? And the slinkies?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. But paper's like silly putty. So when you're meeting with the owner or the seller or the lender, remember that. I can't make payments for the first 5 months. That's okay. Make the offer anyway. Just put in the contract. The paper's going to accrue for the first 5 months. They can make big payments for now because the building is occupied, but they're going to have to skip some payments in the future. Put it in the paper. It's like silly putty. You can move it, you can move it around, break it up. All right, now we're to our first case study that we're going to work in groups. Here it is. You own a free and clear property, but it needs TIs to get a new tenant. You're all out of cash. How can created paper help? So we're only going to spend about 3 minutes on this. Who has the best idea? Blake? Y'all know what to do? How are you going to raise this money? Going to borrow it? How are you going to secure it? Okay, so you own a free and clear property. Do what? It's easy, right? So you got in these groups just to meet your neighbors, really, right? And to give me a chance to take a break. See, the case studies is my break time. There you go. So, but there's a couple of ways you can do it. You could raise the money by borrowing against your property with your private. Yeah, we ready? All right, let's come out of our groups. Let's come out of our groups. I'm going to tell y'all a secret. These case studies aren't hard. I put them in to make it easy so that you didn't feel like it's too difficult to figure out. So they should not be that hard. One meeting. Let's have one meeting now. Everybody turn around. We're back in one meeting again. George, we're in one meeting. Let's flip around. We're about to keep going. We're in the home stretch before lunch. I think that 20-minute timer means we have 20 minutes left before lunch.
That's 20 minutes till noon. Yes.
Yeah. I don't eat lunch, though. I can just keep teaching. Just kidding. I get hungry 3 times, maybe 4 times a day. So who wants to answer this question right quick? Which group had the best idea?
We did.
How are you going to raise the TIs?
Well, I'm a private lender, so I made a deal with the guy behind me.
So you're going to lend the money against this building that's free and clear. It's going to be easy for him to raise the money. How are you going to structure? Give him the mic.
I asked him to sign a note for 60 grand.
Okay.
Payable interest only at $600 a month, 12%, and I was going to give him $50,000.
Okay, so you're gonna make a little more than 12% because you're gonna discount the note.
Right.
And are you gonna make sure that he's got enough income on that building to cover it?
It's a building that's worth quite a bit more than $60,000, and we don't care what he does. I want my payment, and I'm secured with the first lien against.
And is this a real deal or is this a case study?
Well, we just made it up.
Okay. So as the lender, you want to make sure that they can afford the payment, and as the borrower, you want to make sure you can afford the payment. And the interest only sounds great, but maybe he wants amortized, but he can still give the same yield. Maybe he doesn't want payments for a few minutes, for 6 months, so that he can get the TIs done. You can negotiate until you find the right deal that makes sense for both the lender and the borrower. So the easiest answer to that case study is borrow against the property, get a private loan. Kurt, got a question?
Jason, we had a problem with our group.
What was it?
Well, the guy only knows one lender, could only go to one lender, and this lender said, well, listen, I'm reluctant to do this, but if you take my multifamily, a must-take, then I might lend you the money.
All right, so you get too creative.
So they,
with this simple
well,
deal.
but remember, my guy, the guy in the beginning doesn't have any money, so how could he? So we worked it out so that there is no money down, but it'd be, because we know that this, once the TI comes in, the original property will have value, and then we structured a deal for the must-take.
Yeah. Now, did anybody think of just selling the deal?
Well, remember, he only has one friend. If he'd gone you, then they would have
So this fictitious seller has one friend. All right, moving on. That's enough on that case study. Still on page 17, can paper secure paper?
Yes.
Yeah. Raise cash by borrowing against your paper. So if, let's say I got that paper from Kessler that we were talking about a few minutes ago for 130, and I needed to raise some money for a deal, could I borrow against that mortgage?
The secondary market.
Yeah. I could borrow 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 grand against that $130,000 mortgage and have the money I need and give the return to the person that's lending me the money. Would you assume that it's going to be a lower rate or a higher rate if I'm borrowing against that mortgage? I'm assuming lower. You know why? They have a lower investment to value. So note buyers look at yield and investment to value. So that particular example, if you remember, that deed was a $200,000 building with a $130,000 mortgage that I'm going to borrow 90 against. So their investment to value on the $90,000 mortgage, since I'm slipping them in the first position, is under 50% investment to value. So if you call me and say, I need to borrow some money, the yield's 18%, I'm liking it. And then you tell me the investment to value is 80%, I'm not liking it as much. If it's 40%, I'm loving it. Because all borrowers pay until they don't, right? Sometimes the investor ends up owning the property and you don't want to loan too much on it and get ownership of it for the first time. I don't like to use the get it back. You know, you don't get something back if you've never had it, right? It's kind of like my 14-year-old, we just played a JV game against a new school in our market. Just opened up right down the street from us. All they have is 9th graders this year, and then they'll have 9th and 10th next year and so forth. Well, the game he played was homecoming. And I'm like, they've only been in school 3 months. Who's coming home? I mean, why are they having homecoming? Who are they? Did they like kick some kids out and they're gonna let them come back for just this one day or something? I mean, it's like an oxymoron. It's like having a permanent visitor or something. So paper can secure paper. So that example right there in the book, 75 notes secured by 100K property, and a 75K note secures a $50,000 loan. So the mortgage or loan subordinates to the person that you're assigning the mortgage to so that you can borrow against your paper. So the $50,000 loan is at a 50% investment to value because it's a $100,000 property. So you should be able to borrow cheaper. So I've got a spreadsheet that is different than the spreadsheet I had earlier with all my houses, and it's with all my paper. And I've got a bunch of paper that I paid for, then I got a bunch of paper that I bought that I owe against. And then there's a spread between how much I'm receiving and how much I'm paying on each one of them. So a lot of times I'll have an opportunity to buy paper and I won't have the cash. But that doesn't stop me from buying the paper because why? There's more people with money than there are good deals. Money follows deals, deals don't follow money. So if I can give the person that I've talked to the yield that they're looking for with the safety they need, I can buy that paper. So I'll negotiate my discount and I'll go borrow it at that number. And there's an example later with that. Does that make sense? So how in the world do you convince somebody that they're going to be in first position when you own the first mortgage? Well, the next page is 18. This just happens to be an example of, and you know what this is? I just realized this. I think this is the Kessler assignment. Didn't realize that. So this is the actual assignment of mortgage where I sold the paper. Remember the $140,000 piece of paper I sold for like $120? Well, it's actually $145. Well, maybe not. That's in the wrong county. But the point is, this is what the paperwork looks like. So I own the mortgage, I'm the mortgagee, I'm the bank. I sign my mortgage to somebody else, slips them in first position so that I can borrow against that mortgage and let them be in a safer place. I really become a second. And my bigger mortgage that I own is really a wrap, isn't it? Questions about that? You don't know how long I was in real estate before somebody said, well, you know you can assign that mortgage and borrow against it. Or you can assign that mortgage and sell the mortgage. Or you can assign that mortgage and sell the balloon. This is the document that sells it. So 90K note secured by 145. So yeah, this isn't the Kessler one. This is the one where we raised cash. So we took this note in, we borrowed $90,000 against it, and the house is worth $175. So it's got a 50% investment of value. And now that I remember this deal, this is on Melanie in Piedmont. I borrowed the 90 grand at 8%. I received the note at 145 at about 9%. So my payment coming in is bigger than my payment going out. Right? So I own the 145, I signed that whole 145 for 90. So really my equity in that paper is the difference between 90 and 145 that I still have. Questions? I need my helpers. We've got a $145,000 note that Tyler has. He's giving it to me to buy a subdivision. And that real life deal. Okay? Well, I needed money. So step over on this side. You got 90 grand. Well, I wanted to borrow 90 grand. He's got 90 grand. But I own this mortgage now. So what is he sending me every month? I'm getting a payment every month from him. And what am I getting? 9% on 140. So then I took my assignment of mortgage, which I'm going to put it right here, to signify it's between me and him. Didn't work too good. So I assigned my mortgage to him, and I create a new note. This is 8% for 90. So here's your note. Here's my money. So who has the money right now? I got 90 grand cash in my bank. Who owns this note? I do, but I've assigned my first position off to him. So he has the first lien. Really, he has a first, and I have a second now. And the payment I'm making to him is at 8% on 90. The payment I'm receiving from him is 9% on 120. I'm making about $300 a month, depending on how it's amortized. That sink in now? Questions?
It's just about the same as you did earlier, where you kind of sold the first chunk of payments, isn't it?
This time I sold the whole piece of paper. This time I borrowed against the paper.
Got it.
I borrowed 90 grand against my paper at a lower rate. If I'd have sold it, he's happy making 8%. I go to my investor that likes to make 8%. I say, will you lend me 8% in first position against a house that's worth 150? So sure. He doesn't need to understand all this. He's a civilian. He's not us. He's a civilian. He's an investor that we need to take care of. He's important. He's one of the most important parts of my business. But he doesn't understand assignment of mortgage and all of that. All he knows is at the end of the day, he's got a first position lien securing his 90 grand against the $150,000 property. He's making 8%. Now what did I do with my 90 grand? Whatever I want. This is the same thing I do last week when my wife went to Bozeman. Here, put this back now. My wife was going to Bozeman for a week. Guess what I did that week?
Whatever you want.
Whatever I want. For 1 week. And she came back. I'm here. Guess what I do now? Whatever she wants, even though I'm here. She's on vacation, and I call her, she won't answer the phone. Hanging out with her best friend. But if she calls me and I'm not teaching, I better answer her phone. You know what I mean? Mom ain't happy? Ain't nobody happy.
Hey, I got a question for you.
So, you're gonna assign the 145, 490.
Yes.
So what's the payoff, but you're gonna give him a note for 90? Okay, so he's just, the 145 is a security, then the note is the repayment terms on what you actually borrowed. So you're not giving away that equity, you're just using that equity to secure a loan.
Just like if I own the $145,000 house free and clear and I can borrow 90 against it.
Right.
Well, I don't own the house, I own the paper.
Right.
Since I own the paper, I can borrow against my paper. Now, what if the $90,000 guy had a buddy that liked making 4%? Couldn't he go borrow 50 grand?
Yeah. Okay.
At 4?
Yeah.
And his yield would go up, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, and you could keep, now if we were back before the recession, we'd do it, except we would sell it for more, and there would be enough equity to cover it, and that's what got us in trouble with the securities, the mortgage-backed securities. They kept tranching it out, overvaluing what it is. What keeps it safe is it's a low investment to value, which is what you want. You want the investment to value to be so low for your investor that when they want it to fail. The best thing that can happen is we pay. So if you lend me money, the best thing that can happen, the worst thing can happen is I pay you. The best thing is I don't pay. And that's the hard money lenders, that's the kind of loan you like, right?
Not really.
And you don't want it back, but you want that safety.
You don't want to mess with
You want to succeed, but you want them to succeed, but you want that safety. All right, one more page, 19, and we're going to take a break. So can you take over existing paper? Of course. We talked about that earlier. I assumed an actual note, but you can also buy stuff subject to the mortgage. So I grabbed one of my HUDs, and it's blurry, and just to show you, because a lot of people don't realize that it's actually on a HUD 1. So line 503 and 203, or it says existed loans taken subject to. So you trade other equity as a down, create a second mortgage to make the down payment. You can get a reverse mortgage to cover the E if you want to, and you can even 1031 into existing paper and pay the note down. So, and I've done all of those. I've taken lots and given them as a down payment. Somebody gave me the deed and I took over their mortgage. I've borrowed from one of my private sources in second position to give the down payment to the seller to get them to move, some moving money. I've had payments that I couldn't afford at the time, so I got a reverse mortgage to cover the first mortgage payments when I buy subject to. And if you look on the next page on, I guess it's page 20, there's a closing statement where we 1031 into multifamily. And since the equity that the seller had was less than my cash, we paid their loan down on that HUD. Make sense? So I don't know if these numbers are exact, but
So Jason, I think maybe just to clarify, your number 4 says 1031 into existing paper and pay down. You're really 1031 into property subject to existing paper.
there you go.
Can you repeat that for the people at home?
Yeah, it says existing paper and pay it down. What I should say is 1031 to a property, take over the paper and pay that paper down. So I need to make that change on that slide. But what we did is we put a property under contract for $750, I think.
Hey, can you use the black ink by any chance? Because it's harder to see it back in the room.
So we put it under contract for $750. But the debt on it was $850. So the seller had to bring $100,000 to the closing. No, they had it. But I had $400,000 in my 1031. So when I left the closing, I only owed $350. Because this went toward the debt, and so did this. And the numbers on that closing statement are probably not exact. I made those up as I went. But I contracted for less than they owed. They were bringing money anyway. I 1031 then, paid their loan down. So when I left the closing, I only owed $350 on their loan I took subject to. Now, who asked me about the 1031 earlier, about making sure I'm compliant? Is that okay?
Yeah.
The only piece that's missing is this $350. I had to wrap it. Why did I have to wrap this?
It's a bank loan.
It's a bank loan that I didn't sign for, so I've got to actually borrow money to get my debt to complete my 1031. I needed that debt, so I wrapped it back to the seller. So I signed the note that was a wrap. Guess what the wrap was equal to? Exactly what I owed. So it was like a wraparound mortgage that was identical to the current mortgage. So during lunch, you can take that HUD and look at it. And it's not exact because I did that for on the fly. But sellers will bring money to closings. They will let you take over their mortgage. You can put your 1031 money into the next deal and pay down their mortgage. So, and that's what you can do with paper. Quick, questions right quick.
They're asking about title insurance over here.
Yeah, you get title insurance on that?
Every time.
Most of the large title companies don't want to do wraps.
All I know is, look on that closing statement, I bet you it's got a title insurance on one of those lines.
It says subject to.
Yeah.
Some
Always buy title insurance.
Some title companies will do that.
Always buy owner policy and a lender policy if I'm borrowing from somebody else. I've had one house we bought that got foreclosed on, and it didn't get taken care of, and then I bought it from the steps. No, I bought it from somebody that bought it from the steps, and there was an open mortgage. So I had to file a claim, and they paid off the open mortgage that was from like 3 years ago. So it's worth it every time we close on anything, we buy title insurance.
Absolutely.
Any more questions before we take lunch? How long is lunch? 90 minutes?
Well, we got 90 minutes until the next segment starts, so.
90 minutes. Who's got questions that they thought of during the break?
I'm not sure I absorbed everything that you mentioned on that last, was it assume and
Assume and move?
But Is one saying, as a result of that someone could go out looking for lenders, private lenders, who are in the position of being paid off soon?
Yeah.
And don't want to, and
Yeah.
therefore, if you will, having them simply transfer that loan over to another asset? That is, raise your hand in the room and say, you know, there's 20 hard money lenders here. Do any of you have loans coming due in the next 2 months that you don't want to?
Or just, when you hear about somebody that's paying off something, are you paying off a bank loan or a private loan?
Yeah. I mean, is it that simple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was just fortuitous, because since I sold the paper, and to make it easy for my lender that bought the paper and my borrower, I just collected the money and sent it, and stayed in the middle just to make it easy on them. Anybody else have any questions about anything we've covered? All right, the next thing on our agenda is a quick case study. And I don't think we need to split up into groups on this one. A bunch of people are walking in here?
Still, I mean, they're still not even here, so.
Well, they're gonna miss out, is all I can say. Get in where you fit in. I can tell jokes until they come in.
No.
What's your favorite kind of joke?
Give us your best two.
I don't have, I think of them. I think of them, somebody reminds me of something.
Say that one where you do that,
Oh, I'm from beautiful downtown Packlet, South Carolina, where the women are in the homes and mobile. That's where I grew up. Yeah.
And your daddy was a preacher that gave the faith to do all the deals.
Yeah. Me and Brian went to different schools together. His daddy and my daddy were both daddies. You took in $100,000 in paper on the last deal. Big dog is short 50K on a killer deal. He wants an LP. He's trying to, you want to put 50 grand in his deal, but you don't have any money. So what are you going to do? Borrow against that note. And isn't it cool that the case study's answer to the case study is one of the examples that was right before the case study? Okay? So even though this is kind of complicated, it's not hard to figure out how to do it. So how would that work? What documents would I need to do that? Oh, you want to know? Assignment of mortgage. And what else? If I'm borrowing it, what else do I gotta tell? How do I tell my new, and a note? So a new note and an assignment of mortgage. And then the money. And what's cool about our handout is, I think the next example in the handout has
The documents.
the answer to that question. You just answered my question. So on page 22, somebody else is holding that deed, right? On the left side of the page. But you own the paper. You've got the mortgage and the note. It's a $100,000 note in the example of the big dog we were using for big dog. But I found a lender with cash that I can negotiate the payment, the rate that they're willing to take. And I can borrow against my paper and raise the money to do the deal. So who owns paper in here? Do you treat your paper like it's a line of credit? Or do you just have so much money you don't ever need more money?
That's your problem. I borrow against my paper all the time.
He borrows against his paper all the time. Because your yield goes up if you can borrow at a lower rate than you're receiving, right?
Yep.
And what does a bank, how do banks create mortgages and notes?
By
borrowing against the note, actually, before they even originated. Questions about that? Questions about page 22? How you like my icons?
Good job.
Great job.
So you, in your example before lunch, you borrowed 50 against the 75 note that you were holding.
Yep.
How complicated is it if you defaulted for the guy that's in the 50, the last guy in the chain, to actually recover? If he forecloses on you, he takes the 75 note, he's got to go forward.
Yeah, the 75 note just gets wiped out just like it's a second. So the 50 is the first, the 75 is really a wraparound second. So there's only 25 in equity. And then the value of the property that's securing them determines their investment to value. So nobody wants to do more work, but if the $50,000 person had to foreclose, they would end up making more money in the long run than what they would make if they just got their payment.
Yeah, I see the financial benefit in that structure, but I am curious about the complication of actually having to do that in that worst case scenario.
Steve, you ever had a first and a second on a property?
I've bought seconds.
Well, you would
bought a third once.
You bought a third? Well, you could get wiped out by the first and second mortgage holder in that scenario. It would be identical to that. So you're just doing it in reverse. Instead of you going out and getting a new loan and putting it in second, because you own the property. So the owner of the property can sign a new mortgage and put a second on the property. The owner of the paper assigns their mortgage and borrows against their paper.
If you default, they get the mortgage.
If they default, they get the mortgage. And if that person's not paying, they can foreclose.
Foreclose on the note.
Foreclose on the real estate. If the person that's, in your example, the $75,000 person that's paying on that mortgage, the 50 is going to step in and start receiving that payment, and if he or she don't receive that payment, then you can foreclose and take the real estate. So it's really safe. So I think you're since it's new to you, what a lot of us think about, you think it's complicated, but it's not that complicated. Because if you just imagine stepping out of line. You ever go to the post office, Steve?
I do.
You ever get in line and you're next?
It's happened.
Yeah, and no matter which one opens up, you're the next one, and it feels good to be next.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, well, let's say one of them opens up for you to go mail your letter, and you like being next so much you let the person behind you in front of you, and you get to stay next. You could just be perpetually next. Well, in this scenario, you're letting the person in front of you that you're assigning the mortgage to, and now they're in first. So you were in first, you were next. But now you let them in front of you and you're in second because you let them around.
You're still next.
You're next behind the next. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Does that generate more questions? Does that generate more questions for the room?
Yeah, the other position it's what we were talking about on partials.
Yeah.
Well, it's different than a partial. It's not a partial.
Conceptually.
Because the partial, if you buy a partial, you're going to get a better investment value as well. So whatever you're whooping out, whatever your present value is to buy that partial, that's how much you've invested. What's protecting you is the value of the note and the real estate. So buying partials is safe. I like buying partials because they're very safe. And a lot of people selling partials need the money back or something, and your yield can be high even though it's safe. So safety and high yield doesn't normally come together. You know, it's kind of like me and a pretty girl, you know. But in partials, you can actually get safety and yield. All right, looking at page 23. Can you buy paper with created paper? Well, we just covered that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Buy at a discount for cash, raise cash by securing paper at close. So look at the situation on 23. You're offered to buy 150 in paper at a discount that give you an 18% yield. However, you do not have the $100,000 right now. So that's the situation. You think you can't do it, but you can. What's so funny? Did I misspell something? Is it my accent?
Yeah, it's your accent.
What about it? You should hear my family. So what's the solution? If you flip over to 24, you get a contract to buy the paper, and you borrow against the paper you're buying from another lender to purchase it. So the paper seller assigns the paper to you. You assign that same paper to your lender and sign a new note, $100,000 at 8%. You collect the payments, make your payments, and earn the spread. So where's my helpers at? We're buying 150 in paper. So you hold the 150 in paper, and what are we buying it for? 100. Okay, so for me to be able to accomplish this, I got to be able to have the right to buy this paper for 100. But I don't have 100. I'm going to buy it using his money. Well, how am I going to buy it using his money? First thing that's going to happen is you step over here. I'm going to contract to buy it. At the closing, he has to do an assignment of mortgage. Assignment of mortgage, which gives the paper to me. And then there's another assignment of mortgage that gives the paper to him, and the cash goes here. Now, what we're missing is the 100K note at 8%. This is what's protecting him. This is what he has. This protects. What's your name again? And so his investment to value is at 16.6%. The paper, now I don't know what the value of this is. I don't remember what it was. It might have been a $200,000 property. But this paper is what I have. So when I receive the payment, I make a payment. And the difference between the two payments is my spread. So the chunker coming in needs to be bigger than the chunker going out. And since this paper is worth 150, there's a strong chance it's got a bigger payment coming in than the 8% interest only. I do interest only. I want more yield now. I want more spread now. So this might be amortized, but I still make this interest only. And I'll let it catch up. I'll let it come together before I pay it off. That's how you do it.
I'm just saying that he doesn't need to make anything at all on this spread. He's gonna make 50 grand on the balloon.
If there's a balloon in it.
Or 50 grand extra in amortization or a balloon.
But see, I'm letting this, I like getting the spread and borrowing at interest only so that I can make money now. I mean, Jesus might come back tomorrow, then what? At least I made money for a day. That's the way I look at it.
And then does it matter?
It doesn't matter. If Jesus comes back, it doesn't matter anyway. So if I can make my money sooner, like old people are the same way. How many people don't buy green bananas? All these old people don't buy green bananas. I would prefer now. I'm like J.G. Wentworth, it's my money and I want it now. Thank you. Any questions about that? I hope the card's helped. Now, can you see on page 24 what I was trying to demonstrate with those pictures? So the same thing that I was demonstrating with the cards is what I'm trying to demonstrate with the pictures. So when you get home next week and you're looking back through this, it may sink in. How many times is you going to have to hear this for it to sink in?
5.
5.
400.
5 of them. That's how many people that the kid killed on Unforgiven. Remember that? 5? How many men you killed? I killed 5 of them. One killed me with a knife. One of my favorite movies. You hadn't seen Unforgiven? You're too young. It turned out later that he didn't really kill anybody, but he did kill that guy in the outhouse at the end. He decided he didn't need spectacles or good clothes. He just didn't want to have to kill nobody else. Yes, sir.
Are paper buyers all individuals, or are there banks that buy paper?
His question is, do there companies that buy paper? The answer is yes, but I have friends. There's a deal behind the deal behind the deal behind the deal. And if I can sell the paper to somebody I know, what I always tell people when I sell paper is, if it goes bad, call me and I'll make it right. Because what do I want? I want to get to do it again. I want to do the foreclosure. I want to make it right. If you can make the same amount of money twice on the same deal, is that better than making it once? Yeah. I mean, I went to Clemson and I can figure that out. The same amount of money twice is better. It's like getting both sides of the commission, or getting a commission from both properties in the exchange. It's better. Any other questions right quick? All right, moving on. Page 25. We're going to talk about walking the debt. You negotiate a substitution of collateral on every loan, especially accruing loans. Now, what do I mean by walking the debt? Yep, get a substitution of collateral so that when and if I ever refinance or sell the property, or just feel like it, I'm going to move them from one collateral to another. So an example of that's right there. I got a $100,000 loan at 10%. It's a house I'm building, I guess, or flipping. In 1 year, I owe 110 because it's 10%, right? Now this is accruing. What do I mean by accruing? I'm not making payments. Their note's getting bigger, but I'm not sending them any money. So 1 year later, I move the debt. So I sell the flip for 110, more than 110, sell it for a lot more than 110. But instead of paying them back, I call them up and I go, hey man, you're making 10% on your 100 grand. You want to get paid back? Would you like to keep making 10%? Oh, I like making 10%. Well, if you want to keep making 10%, then we're going to have to move you to a different house that we're flipping. Well, that's great. I like making 10%. So he moves his loan over, and instead of me paying 10 grand a year for 100 grand, the second year I'm paying 10 grand a year for 110 grand. That's about 9%. It's a good way to lower your true rate on your flips when your properties sell. So we have an example of that in the book on page 25. Question about that right quick. Okay, we have an example of that on 25. You got a flip, you got a warehouse, and you got an accruing private loan at 512% for 9 months. The property's under contract for $750. How can I keep my lenders' money and lower my rate? When do I pay lenders back? Never. Never, ever, never, ever, never, ever do I pay my lender back if I can help him. I want to move them. They're my lenders. They want to keep making returns. If they need to get paid back, I'll pay them back early. If I have a lender call me and say something changed in my life, my wife's sick, something blah, 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 I'll find a way. I'll bend over backwards to pay them back early. But if there's something going on in their life, we're gonna keep them going. We're gonna move them. So if you look on page 26, here's the solution. I gotta go out. I know I'm a cash buyer. I'm a cash buyer. Why am I a cash buyer? Because that $500,000 that I'm gonna have to move, I got to put it somewhere. So I put a dark office building under contract for $600. I asked the lender to walk the debt to the office at close for both properties. So he signs a mortgage sat. I sign a new mortgage, but I keep the same note, and that's key. See how I have my same bold? So the note goes with me. So how much was the note for? 500 at 12%. So I owed more than 500 when it sold, and when I bought the warehouse, I got more than 500, didn't I? So the cash from the sale of the warehouse buys an office with some extra. Now I can fix up and re-tenant the office. How much was my payment before on the warehouse?
0.
Nuh-uh. How much is my payment on the office while I'm getting it re-tenanted? Nuh-uh. How much did my interest cost me before? It cost me 12. How much did it cost me after? Well, the answer's right down there. I gave you the answer. It's 11. So you're actually, when you're walking debt with accruing loans, you're lowering your imputed rate that you're paying your lenders.
Jason, if I were one of your investors, I would structure the note slightly different because I don't like what you're doing to me. So I would say the 10% interest accrues and compounds on an annual basis or whatever. That way I get my 12% or I accrue my 12%. What you're doing is too cute for me. I'm one of your investors. I like you, but I want you to do it a little different.
And so you wouldn't be one of my lenders because you're not a CD lender. You're not a civilian. Remember where my lenders are coming from. They're coming from hearing about me because one of their friends told them that I help them and they get paid 8, 9, and 10% instead of the up and down in the stock market and the 1% in the CDs.
Of course.
So what are they, when I moved in, what did they lose? What was their opportunity that was lost? What was the eighth one? What's the eighth wonder of the world? Compound interest. Okay, so what I'm doing is and I go to them and I ask them, I said, listen, you can get paid back and I may borrow your money back in a couple of months and then by then I'll find another deal, but for a couple of months you're going to be stagnant. Or if you agree to move, you know, and if they know, I said you won't get compounding if you move. And I can even tell them that. But if you move, they keep making that 10%. They keep making that 10 grand a year. And since they took the money out of the CD and invested it with me, they're pleased as a punch.
I like that.
You like that comeback.
Jason, what's the 545? Does that mean you'll do it?
The 545 is what it's accrued to by the time I sold it. So since it accrued up from 500 to 545, did that answer your question?
Taste.
All right.
Okay, Jason.
I borrowed $500,000. It's $5 grand a month. 12% is 1% a month. The reason I borrowed 12 is I wanted to Clemson it's easier to do the math. So 5 times 9 is what?
45.
It's been 9 months.
45.
So when I sell the building and I move the debt, I'm not moving $500,000, I'm moving 545. So I get the benefit of having 545 in my next deal in cash, even though I'm only accruing at $5 grand a month. So I lowered my rate a little bit.
So you're saving all your payments, I don't want to keep their payments and they're.
I'm not making a payment. Friends don't let friends make payments on houses that you're flipping or deals that you're developing or anything that doesn't have income. If I buy something that doesn't have income, I don't make payments. If I buy something that has income, I make payments. Mr. Lender, man, Christmas came early, man. I can't believe that you're going to be able to do this. Maybe Christmas can come early, you're Jewish. Hanukkah came early. And guess what? You're going to make 12%. But if I'm going to give you 12, I need you to do something for me. I need you to just wait and get your return when we sell the property. Is it, I mean, you're okay with that? I mean, you had it in your IRA anyway. Are you taking $5 grand a month out of your IRA and living on it? No. Half of the money I borrow is IRA money. Somebody raise their hand over here. No?
Why did you drop it to 11%?
I didn't drop it. They're still making 12% on $500,000.
Yeah, right. This is where the
I'm still paying $5,000 a month. I'm not paying it, but their note is growing by $5,000 a month. I owe them $550, $555, $560. Every month I owe them more, but that's 11% to me now. On my next deal, but this is a value add deal.
They're making no money on the interest, or on the.
They're not making interest on the interest. They're making interest on the principal, and they're okay with it. And if I was gonna be good to them, then I'd have paid them 0% so they wouldn't have to pay any taxes. When somebody wants a higher rate, I said, well, listen, that's just gonna make you pay more in taxes. You hate taxes, don't you? And that reminds me, if you lend me money out of your 401k, I send a 1099 INT to nobody. If you lend me money out of in your name, I send a 1099 INT to you.
But you're not supposed to send it to the person.
No, the IRA doesn't get a 1099 INT from me. The SEP doesn't, the Roth doesn't, the HSA doesn't. So as I'm sitting down and I'm talking to a potential lender, would you rather have a 1099 INT in January or not have a 1099 INT in January? I'd rather not. Well, good. How much money you got in your IRA? So that's how about half of what I do is IRAs that lend me money. Because they're getting that tax-free and or tax-deferred growth, sometimes, especially on the accruing loans. If you look at their accruing loans, a lot of my accruing loans are with IRA lenders. Most of my payments that I'm making, the people are the people, because they're using that to help pay their living expenses. And then they get a 1099 INT in January. That makes sense? Questions about that? Because if you're creating paper and you're borrowing money, you got to know how the IRS looks at it. Because these are civilians. They're your friends and family or your civilians. You got to know what documents you need to send them to make sure that they're compliant. They can do their taxes. Yeah. Walk the debt. A lot of the deals I do is walking debt. I want to walk the debt as in free and clear what I have. In the belief of meter, if I walk the debt off of one of my properties, and that free and clears my property, is a free and clear property more powerful? 100%. So I may walk the debt just to free and clear the property. I don't need my property free and clear. I need my property more powerful to go up into the next transaction. Because I'm an exchanger and I exchange up to get more benefits. So the next thing we're looking at is the case study on page 27. Seller owns a property with a value of $1 million and debt of $800. The debt service is $60,000 a year and he's falling behind. There's a tenant moving in 6 months that will give you 20% cash on cash if you pay $200 for the equity. However, you don't even have the cash to cover the closing costs. How can paper help you buy this deal? So you're buying the equity, you're $200 in equity, and you got to figure out how you're going to cover the debt service until the tenant moves in 6 months. So let's get in our groups. So this one's a little bit more complicated than the last one. Who's got a good idea to get this deal done? How would you get this deal done?
It came back to me. I sent it down that way.
You've got an opportunity to make 40.
We need 30,000. That's the immediate. We need 5,000 or 10,000 for closing costs. So the group decided that we tried to sell the option to come up with that money to give us the 6 months to get the tenant inside the property.
Okay, that's pretty good. Who else has an idea? And that. Where's our other?
Who's got the other line?
You can arbitrage the difference of the 20% and offer 10% on that. So you create paper at 10% return on the 200,000 that you would need, because you're gonna get $80,000 in revenue from
Plus
that.
the 30?
Yeah.
So if they put in 230 plus closing costs, it won't quite make, if you give them half, they won't make quite 10%.
No, but but if you're paying 10% on 250,000 and 25 grand a year on that, but you got 80,000 coming in on the lease.
The cash flow is 20% on the 200.
40,000,
So
yeah.
it's 40.
40,000, yeah.
So what we're buying is 40 grand a year,
Yeah.
starting in 6 months. How are we gonna buy that? Who else has an idea?
Thanks, Brian. Okay, so our group put this together, thanks that for his help. What we're gonna do is we're gonna assume the loan on this property from the seller. And we're going to go ahead and let that tenant stabilize the property for the first 6 months. We're gonna do a 6-month escrow and let that rent build up in an account. And we're gonna do a private note with the seller that will make the seller whole, say over about 5 years. And we're gonna make payments after we know that we have a stabilized tenant.
So his equity's 200,000.
Right.
What's 200 divided by 5? 40. What's your cash flow you're buying? 40. You gonna give him all of it?
No, I mean.
You might do 10 years though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
who else has
we
idea
could
on this side of the
discount
room?
his equity too.
He's got 200 in equity that he might not have soon.
He's also behind.
And I'm already assuming that I'm gonna take over the debt.
Yeah, he's also
Maybe I should have implied that in the case study. Nobody on this side got any ideas?
Yeah, because you use it to fall right over there.
Yeah, he's struggling to make the payment.
He's got it.
Right here. She's got an
She
idea.
can make.
So what would you do to pay this lender? I mean, pay this seller, give him his equity. What'd you give him for his equity?
Oh, yeah, you're right. $2,000 a month for,
100 months.
for 100 months.
But you're not gonna start right now, are you?
Right, I'm starting 6 months.
I'm gonna start in 6 months.
Correct.
And how are you gonna come up with the other 30 grand?
And.
You have that money in your IRA, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what if you didn't have it in your IRA? We don't need 30 grand. That's something that they said on that side of the room. What do we need?
5 grand a month.
5 grand a month.
I need 5 grand this month. 5 grand next month.
You got closing costs, or
I got some closing costs. But what's the closing cost when somebody just signed the deed?
$100.
And I got my title insurance. Couple grand. So I need a couple of grand in closing costs, and I need 5 grand. Can I scrape up 5 grand for the next 6 months? Maybe.
Sure, you can put a car on.
Can I go use it? Can I borrow it in second position from somebody and pay them a great return? Sure.
You can sign the lease with the tenant, especially if it's strong, you can borrow against that lease.
Right?
I didn't even think of that. So if that's a strong tenant, George is gonna just borrow against the income that's not gonna come for 6 more months, enough to go ahead and make it till the income comes. Borrow on it now, kinda like what we did in the beginning of the room, beginning of the meeting. You had your 2 million coming in 2 years, you just used that to go over here. And you paid 2 million for something that's worth 1.8 today. That's a great idea. Told you I was gonna learn something. But you got another one?
How about asking the tenant for a prepaid rent at a little discount?
Yeah, what if the tenant paid half the rent? What if the tenant paid half as much rent a month for the first whole year, but started paying rent right now?
That works.
Right. Now you got enough to cover your debt service. And I'm sorry, Mr. Seller, I'll give you your 200 in equity, but I can't start making payments for a whole year. Yep.
Our buyer owns another property, free and clear. What he does is basically create a note, generate enough cash that he needs in order to take care of this cash shortfall.
That's a great idea. So if, let's say this this seller was in a stronger position, and he didn't perceive that you're bailing him out, then you might take a free and clear property you have over here, give him a good $200,000 note with a decent rate, and make him happy, and let them take over this loan. Because but in this scenario, he's in a kind of a rough position. That's a great idea. That's one of my slides coming up.
And if that guy didn't have that, he could borrow that property from somebody in this room, couldn't he?
That's right. So what he just said is, let's say you have that situation pop up and you need 200 grand. Who's looked at the book? How much raw land, free and clear, is in the book?
A lot. Millions.
I saw it, $1 million in land. Do you think a seller would take a first mortgage at 200 grand against that? Probably would. And do you think that that owner of that $1 million in land wouldn't like us to rent some of his equity and let us put a $200,000 loan on it for a minute?
Jason?
Yes.
Couldn't you, I don't know if this works or not, couldn't you take this over potentially on a master lease and or go to the bank and have the bank give you the TI money and or?
No, because you don't have enough equity. What's making this deal is the cash flow and the note that's on it that I didn't tell you. All I told you was you're going to make 200 grand, you're going to make 40 grand in cash flow a year. That's all I said. Keeping the same loan, keeping the same expenses, keeping the same everything. Just wait 6 months on it to happen. How are we going to get there? Any other suggestions?
I think we should bring some of this down to reality too. That is, this isn't just theoretical. It's not something that just shows up in a webinar or a book or something like that. And there just happened to be a situation or circumstance in the group where someone in this group needed a significant amount of money. And because he had a friend who had another friend who had a lot of free and clear property, he basically arranged a loan for several millions of dollars, and he didn't own a dime's worth of property. He secured it with his friend's property, which was free and clear. It was done again and again and again. It's not theoretical, it's real.
This happens in the real world. Yes, sir.
So it appears that this property has significant cash flow. So I was just thinking as you were speaking, couldn't a person bring in another investor that was willing to buy at a certain cap rate? Let's say that's 12 cap.
But remember this case study. It's giving you what the cash flow is. You don't know what the NOI is. You don't know what the cap rate is. All you know is in 6 months, it's going to make 40 grand a year.
I guess what I'm saying is if you bring in an investor under those terms, you could now take some type of a spread using 100% somebody else's money.
You could do that. You could go raise the 240 grand, put a second on there and go over the value of the building, as long as that 240 grand lender trusts you enough, and if the rate's low enough, you can still make money. Remember, notes are like silly putty. You have to find out what the lender's trying to accomplish. The best lender in this example is the seller. If the seller's not willing to wait on his equity and he's in this situation, I'm probably not interested in helping him. He's got 6 months and he can't make the payment. He's struggling. And he's got 80% LTV. He's already, we're talking about the real world. In the real world, he's probably cranked out a bunch of money. So, all right, on to the next slide. We're on page 28. Another formula: pay off debt, move lender to a property with a bank loan. And the idea is to be able to go up. So you look at what you own and you say, how can I go up with my properties? If I can free and clear my properties, I can go up and see how that escalator goes up. An escalator is really never broken, it just becomes stairs. That's why I put that escalator on there. So property number one is under contract to sell for 100 grand. I owe my private lender 60. I asked the lender to move to a $120,000 house. Property goes to close. The payoff the lender gets is 0. So the payoff they send to the closing agent is a 0 payoff because we're giving them another note for 60 on the second property. So my $60,000 bank loan on property number 2 gets paid off. Now I've got a private lender on my bank loan that instead of a bank loan on property 2, I can treat it free and clear. So my goal for the last couple of years, I had these leftover bank loan single families, and I don't like banks. If I can get my $60,000 lender that's private, and it's a safer loan for him because he's going from a $100,000 house to a $120,000 house, then he may go with me the next time. So I'm playing chess, not checkers. So afterwards, that I've replaced with a private lender, I can treat it free and clear. Why can I treat it free and clear? Because he's moved once. Yeah. I mean, done it once, he'll probably go to do it again. So if I can take my $120,000 house, treat it free and clear, come into this room, use it as a down payment to buy a $400,000 property, and I bring my lender with me. So it allows me to go up. So if you look at a similar example on page 28, this is a real world example. I had a duplex and somebody called me out of the blue and had 30 grand they want to invest in real estate. Well, I happened to owe 30 grand on my duplex with a bank. Better get that, it might be the phone. Then, so I sold him the duplex for $30,000 down and $60,000 first mortgage. I paid off my debt with his down. So after I've got a $60,000 first at a 66% investment to value, and I'm ready to trade up. I think I gave him 7%. So remember earlier in the day I said, who wants a duplex in South Carolina? This, you know, but who wants paper? Is this a pretty good piece of paper? The seller put $30,000 down of his own money? Yeah. So I increased my cash flow, but I'm losing value. But I don't mind losing value for a short period of time because I'm going to trade that up. So my head's on a swivel. The next time I see something I want that I think I can make the down payment be 60, I'm going to offer this. Because now I'm ready to trade this paper. Yes?
Your buyer has a note with you, right? Is he paying interest only?
No, he's paying me, I gave him we negotiated. I wanted my payment to be more than my cash flow used to be. I wanted to increase my benefits. I wanted, in other words, I'm making $75 more a month receiving a payment from him without doing any work than I was making when I owned the duplex with a mortgage on it. So now I'm doing no work and making $75 more a month. Now what I gave up is appreciation and depreciation, right? I'm losing value because the note's paying down. So that note's going to go to zero eventually.
So he is paying principal and interest on this.
So I'm going to let him season. Now he's been there about 6 months. I'm going to let him season another 6 months. And I'm going to start looking to spend this paper. I'm going to use this paper to buy something. So I'm playing chess. I didn't trade this to do less work and make more money. I did this to trade it up. I'm going to buy something bigger. So I'm going to step into something with more appreciation, more depreciation, hopefully more cash flow. It may not be as safe. Now this is really safe. If things get bad, I may hold this we go into a recession, this would be a good piece of paper just to hold through a recession and use it to buy groceries. Because this is a low-end duplex that it's not hard to keep rented. He only has to keep one side rented to afford to make my payment. So it's a safe note for me. And he wanted to become a real estate investor. I said, you sure? I said, have you ever done an eviction? He said, no. I said, well, you need to go practice. Because all tenants pay until they don't. Just like all borrowers pay until. Some tenants pay until they don't when their lease runs out, and some borrowers pay the loan off. Yes, sir.
You also did him a favor, because maybe he couldn't get a loan on that from a traditional bank, given his situation.
He could have, but he would have had to pay.
I'd rather have a private lender too, like you, than anybody else.
And you know what, he had the water heater, something happened, he called me and I told him what was wrong. He needed something, you know, with the trampoline, the lady was getting, the city calling about the trampoline, and I told him what to say and what to do, you know, because I've owned 500 of these over the years. So he's leaning on my expertise a little bit, which I'm happy for him. He's older than me though, which that's okay. You know, I can be smarter than older people. Most of the time, older people are way smarter than me. I used to think my dad was really stupid when I was about 18, but I realized when I was 27, he's the smartest man I've ever met in my entire life.
You learned a lot in those few years, huh?
Yeah. Questions? So you want to go up. If you can free and clear or treat it free and clear, every private lender is a potential partner. Let me say that again. All of my private lenders are potential partners. If I move him into the next deal, he may not get a pref and a straight return. He may get 50% ownership of the next transaction, which is just good enough for me. Because now I don't have to pay him a monthly payment if there's no money coming in, and he and I own something bigger. I'd rather own half of something, and the money that I raised to do the deal, I don't have a preferred return to the partner. And that's another thing that, you know, we believe, in this room, we see a lot of preferred returns on the LP side. In the civilian world, they don't know what that means. And it's okay, because I'm giving them enough benefits to do what they're pleased with the returns they're getting.
Do you have enough civilian lenders, you don't have to do your radio show anymore?
I have too many, I can't, that's why I quit doing radio. I quit doing radio because I can't keep my money out. All right, next page is 29. Pay off debt with created paper. This is one of my favorite strategies in the whole wide world. So I pay cash or use movable debt for a value-add deal. I seller finance to a new buyer. Secure old debt with new paper, free and clear property, and I can go up. Okay? And there's the icons down at the bottom of the page if you want to try to figure out what that means. So I'm going to pay cash, and I'm going to get a deed. That's step one. I'm going to fix the house up or the building or whatever, and I'm going to get a person that I'm seller financing to. Then I'm going to sign my mortgage to somebody else that I owe money to, so that the person I owe money to, I don't owe money to anymore. So let's demonstrate that. Where's my helpers? We got $100,000 in paper that I owe Blake. And it's at 8%. And it's secured by a house that's worth more. And I want to pay him off. So here's how I'm going to pay him off. I'm going to take some cash that I have, about 70 grand, and I'm going to buy a property from somebody. You wanna be my seller? Okay, so I'm gonna give you my money, you give me the deed, and you're gone, bye. So what did I just pay? So let's say, I think the example in there is I paid 50 and it needs 20 in repairs. So I'm gonna spend 70 on this. And then I'm gonna go out and seller finance this thing. I'm gonna seller finance it. Here's my note and my mortgage. So when I seller finance it to, come over here, you're over here on this side. You've got some cash to make a down payment. So you gave me 10 grand down. There's my 10 grand. So how much money do I have in the deal now?
0.
No, I put 70 in and I got 60 in, right? So I got 60. Now I give him a deed to the property and he gives me a mortgage and there's a note. How much does he owe me? In that example on the next page, he owes me 100. I sold it for 100, so that's a $100,000 note. So I'm gonna write that on there. The interest rate is 8. Your rate may have been 7. I think yours was 7. We'll change yours to 7 or 6. Was it 6 in the book? That's good enough. Okay, so now I've got a note. I got a note in the mortgage. So he owes me 100 grand, and I'm receiving payments at 8%, and I'm holding the mortgage. I owe Blake 100 grand at 7 or 6%. So I go to Blake and I go, Blake, would you rather make more than 6 and go up to 8? You would? Okay, well here, I need to satisfy this right here. So where's my satisfaction? Here it is. Sign this for me. So now the deed that had a lien on it, now I own it free and clear. You get the note and mortgage. This paper right here got satisfied. It's gone. Blake is now receiving payments from this loan. He's making 8% instead of 6%. How much did it cost me to pay my loan, my $100,000 loan off? 60. Because I paid off debt with created paper. Say that again. Pay off debt with created paper. What do you pay off debt with? Created paper. I created the paper. It was a little bit better than what he had, and I handed him the paper.
So you refinanced it with your own debt?
I used my new paper that I created and handed it to Blake to pay off my other property.
You refinanced it?
No, I didn't refinance it. I paid it off with paper. Okay, so the paper that I created when I did this other deal over here, I used it and I made 10 grand, 70, 60. It cost me 60 grand to pay off 100 grand in debt. Is that cheaper? Yeah. Now, if this doesn't make you smile, the first time somebody taught me this, I didn't understand it. The second time they explained it to me, I started to understand it. The third time, I started to kind of understand it, and then I smiled. And I smiled, and I smiled for about a month. Because I said to myself, self, because that's what I call myself when I talk to myself, I said, self, I'm never paying full price to pay off another private lender again. Unless they need my help because they're in a situation, and I'll be glad to. But I'm going to try to improve his situation. He went from making 6 to 8. He's happier than he can be. This owner right here is buying a house, and he couldn't get a loan anyway from the bank, and he's happy as he can be. You had your cash, you were gone a long time ago. And I have a free and clear property. So what I have left over is the $120,000 free and clear house. And guess what I'm going to do with this house? I'm going to go up. Going up. Because I'm not going to keep this free and clear. Now, if it's in my If I'm gonna keep this house forever and rent it, then it might be over here and I'm gonna forget I own it, right? It might be my living expenses, my mothership house. But more than likely, I'm over here, I'm trading it up. The faster I go up, the faster I can get my benefits to increase. All right, thank you guys.
One thing I want to say, the key to this was the profit he made on the next deal, because he's always looking for a deal.
The key is the value add that I bought. So when I buy value add, I don't buy value add to make a profit. I buy value add to pay off debt. Because if I'd have sold that property for 120 and made 50 grand, tax man wants some money, right? But if I take it and I trade it, I'm not sure what my CPA does with it.
Jason,
Yes.
you got a little problem with this one. You could do it, but it's gonna trigger your tax. A better way of doing it is to change the security that you had on the first house. Give that, the first guy that has the note, change his security to the other one. Keep the spread, even if you can keep the spread and not be taxable.
Yep, and another thing I could have done is simultaneously gave him the note and gave him the deed.
Yep.
So I could have given him a deed and let him solar finance. And then he could have had ownership. So I've done that before too. And that makes it where, and then I've got, if I give him the deed, let's say I'm instead of me paying off a property, I'm taking in a property as for my paper.
Yeah.
That's another formula, but I'm taking in a property for my paper. Well, they own real estate. I can take them to real estate, then let them bond for title, and they still own real estate, and then it can create a tax for them. But yeah, when my CPA gets to the end of the day, the difference between those two, that 30,000, that 40,000, that's taxable, right?
Yep.
Because I went from real estate to paying off debt.
That's right.
Yeah.
But the way I told you, then you won't be taxable.
Anybody else have anything to add? Is that not exciting or what? How many people pay full price to pay off loans? Don't do that no more. Especially private loans. Only private loans. So if you look on page 30, what I just demonstrated at the front of the room is in words. Spend 50 on it, 20 on it. Fixed it up nice. Seller financed it with 10,000 down, got 100,000 at 8%. I sign a deed, get my 10 grand, and I got my paper at 100,000 paper at 8%. My buyer signs a note mortgage. I offer my $100,000 8% paper on the new property and trade to the lender on the old property. Sign my mortgage on the new property, lender signs satisfaction on the old property. So to free and clear my old property, he has to sign the satisfaction. And I said, people, how can you do that? Well, he signs the satisfaction, that free and clears my property. Whether I pay him off or not, with cash, he might decide to forgive it. And I guess he could 1099 me, because the CPA's in the room saying, well, if you forgive the debt, then it's forgiven debt, it's taxable too. But he could just sign a satisfaction, and that makes my property free and clear. Your old property is now free and clear. How much did it cost you to pay off the $100,000 loan? And here's the key. How much equity can you now easily trade up? Since I paid off my first property, I've got the, 120 to 140. I've got the entire 140 I can go up. So before I did this transaction, I had 40,000 in equity that's hard to trade up. But after I did a flip, I used to do flips and take the money and pay taxes and eat, right? But if you keep doing flips, you can take the money, instead of taking it to cash, you can take it to paper, then use the paper to pay off the debt. Questions? Y'all look really bored. Is it sinking in? No? Yeah? Maybe?
A little bit.
This next slide on page 31 is reiterating something we've already talked about. A private lender can borrow against his note. Remember when I mentioned that earlier? So you can use, I could even use their note as a line of credit if they'll let me. The lower the investment, the value, the safer for the lender, the lower the rate should be. So we should be able to borrow money against paper at cheaper than we're borrowing against real estate. Then of course the new lender can do it again. So if you look on page 31, here's a real life situation that happened to me this about a year ago. So I need a down payment for $600 on an industrial building. My best potential partner has already loaned me his cash. I owe him 900 grand on some dirt that we bought and took it through planning and got it approved for apartments. But it hadn't sold yet. So I owe him 900 grand against my land, but it's going to go to cash in the next 6 to 12 months. So where am I going to get my 600 grand from? I owe him the 900. Well, I asked my lender to borrow against his paper to become my partner. He's borrowing against his paper. So I find him a lender for $600,000. My partner signs the assignment of mortgage. I sign the note and borrow the new 600. Cash goes to make the down payment on the industrial building. The dirt sold, paid off both notes. I made my profit on the dirt. Now my partner and I own the industrial building. So I borrowed against something I owed because my lender allowed me to raise the money for he and I to partner on the next deal. By the way, we just refinanced that today. Yeah, we just borrowed 2.3 million. Did it close?
Yeah.
Did it fund? Is my money in my bank account? So we paid 2.2. We paid 2.2 for that property a year ago. I couldn't raise. I didn't have the down payment. As soon as we closed on it, COVID hit. I lost one of my tenants. The new tenant we replaced him with needed me to do a bunch of TIs. So we got him to sign the lease. We reappraised it. It appraised for more, right? 3.2 or something? 3.3? No, it wasn't more than that. I thought it was 3.2. So we paid 2.2 for it. Now it's worth 3.3. But I have to spend about $450,000 on it. So I didn't really increase my equity that much. And my partner that put in the 600 grand that he borrowed, that I helped him borrow a year ago, he's ecstatic because he owns half of that equity. He has more equity now protecting his down payment that he helped me make, plus he has more cash flow now. Questions about that?
With your permission, could I just go back to an example just a second ago before this? Did
Sure.
you imply that there was a way for fix and flippers to defer the profits that they make on those fix and flips? Oh, okay. Then I misheard you.
George made sure I understood that, yes, when my CPA does my taxes, he's going to go, boom, yeah, you did it. Yeah. Yeah. Now, if you leased it for a year, then you still have to pay taxes because it's going to paper. You go real estate to paper. So you need some shelter to shelter that 40 grand in profit that you made. So you made 40 grand. Who can explain this? Who wants to try to explain what I just did? And you were in the deal. You were in the deals. You know the dirt. that I borrowed against.
I know the dirt, but I didn't know that that was the deal you were talking about.
Okay, so
all right, well,
let's just talk about phase one of that dirt.
Okay.
I borrowed 900 grand from a set.
Right.
And got it closed, and then we borrowed some more money in phase two. Forget about phase two.
Yeah.
900 grand from a set, my favorite partner. So how in the world did I raise the 600?
So you borrowed 900K to buy a piece of dirt. So this guy has that note. You saw another opportunity that you thought had more upside. So you went to him and said, hey, can I borrow 600 against that 900? And then we'll partner up. It sounded like 50-50 on that other piece of land. You guys just refied it. Did you pay off that 600?
No.
No.
Yeah, private leverage.
No, I don't pay off private leverage.
I know, I just got to class, so I forgot that part. But you guys, you didn't pay him off, but I guess there's still a $600,000 loan, and now he gets, what just happened?
He owns half the building.
He owns half the building, but he's still, he kept the debt on that new building.
We put new debt on the building, bought it a year ago.
Yeah.
Put 600,000 down, bought it for 2.2.
Yeah.
Lost a tenant.
Yeah.
Replaced the tenant with a tenant paying triple. Yeah. But I have to spend 400 grand on my TIs.
Okay.
So I refinanced with Ellie's help and pulled out the money to do the TIs.
So that money went to pay the TI, not to pay off the 600,000.
No, because he still owns half the deal. Now, I put in 200 grand already in TIs that I'm owed back. So I'm gonna get that money back, and then whatever's left in that account, if they take a distribution, half will be his and half will be mine.
Got it.
He owns half the deal because he put 600,000 in.
Yeah, but I think.
I own half the deal because I found it and I signed on a new loan and bought it.
You sold the land, right?
Say that again?
You sold the land.
The land sold after I bought the industrial building, about, I don't know, 4 or 5 months after that. And that's when Ben got a check from me, because Ben was in the land deal with me.
Yeah.
So that $600,000 was satisfied.
The 900 was satisfied. The 900 was satisfied, so the 300 that I still owed my partner got his 300 plus his interest.
Yes.
And the 600, I get this, I borrowed the 600 from somebody in an SE room just like this at 12%, 1% a month. How much is that a month? $6,000 a month. Guess how much my building cash flow? $6 grand a month. So it was great until my tenant quit paying. And then I had to actually break even. But by then I'd already paid off my $600,000 loan. So David Jackson, that comes to the SEC meetings, lent me the 600. He didn't lend it to me. I signed this on the note. He lent it to my lender against his 900 note. Yep.
Okay, I wasn't there on how you borrowed $600,000 on $900,000.
So let's say I owe you 900 grand. I'm gonna ask you some questions. You ready?
Yeah.
I owe you 900 grand.
Right.
It's supposed to pay off in about 6 months. But there's this other deal. I need 600 grand. You got another 600 grand? Say no.
No.
Well, if I can borrow 600 against your 900, would you go on this other deal with me?
How does the math on that work? That's
Well, you're not gonna make 12% on 600 anymore. You're only gonna make 12% on 300.
okay.
And you'll be my partner in this other deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I heard you at the meetings, you said you'd like to make 12%. Would you turn that on? I got some dirt under contract for 1.5, and I owe 900 on it. And I can secure you with the 900 loan. So you lend me this 600 against the 1.5, and I'll pay you 12%. Would that work for you?
I like 12%.
12%. So you lend me the 600. Now he owns the loan. So what document does he have to sign? Assignment of mortgage. So he signs the assignment of mortgage to you. I sign a $600,000 12% payments. I wasn't making payments to him. I got to make payments to you. Well, that's okay, because I took the 600, made the down payment on my building. It's cash flowing $6 grand a month. Now I'm just waiting on this to sell so that $6 grand a month goes away. And it's sold. And the very next day, or just about the next day, tenant quit paying code, took them out. That's bad. But what's good is we found a new tenant that pays more, we're doing TIs to improve the value. And now what am I gonna do? Now I owe 235 on a building that's worth 3.5. He just said it's worth 3.5. 3.4. So I got $1 million in equity. Half of that equity is mine, half of that equity is my partner's.
You're gonna go find something to go up in. What?
I'm ready to go up. Actually, 600 is his.
That's right,
And then the other 400 is half and half in the real world. So I had no equity. Didn't I have zero equity a year ago? And now I have equity. And I have cash flow. And I have depreciation. He's not a person, he's a SEP. You know what a SEP is? Self-employment plan. It's like an IRA. So how did I bring him in my deal? I gave him a performance loan, gave him a performance note. He gave me the 600 grand, I gave him a performance note. He gets half of all the net proceeds after the 600 is paid back, and half of all the cash flow of the deal goes to his SEP. So it's a performance note.
So what's it? I got a quick comment.
Yeah.
I think part of the
I think part of the confusion people are having relates to the partnership part. He sold a partnership. You could have done the same thing and Ellie would have just cashed him out and have his 600 grand from this new loan today, right?
Could have.
Yeah, and then he wouldn't be a partner.
I could have, but I needed to give, I had to give the, I'm giving 400 grand to the tenant, and he's doing the improvements, and I already given him 150 grand out of my pocket already.
Okay. So that's why when you're using that 600 for?
No, the 600 made the down payment a year ago.
Right, right. So I get, oh, you wanted him for more money, is what you're saying?
No, he made the down payment a year ago by borrowing against this paper that I borrowed.
Right.
All we've done, and for a year, is nothing, because by the time it started cash flowing, it went empty. Now we finally got a new lease on it. Now it's gonna cash flow great.
Sure. But I'm saying you could have done the same deal with, instead of giving him a share of it, you could have just cashed out any lender with his money.
I like not having a pref.
Yeah.
It was great during COVID that there was no pref to him. He had 600 invested, but I had no cash flow. It didn't matter with that 27,000 square feet sitting vacant. So it's easier to make the payment when the payment's nothing, right? And he's a SEP. And again, what was the belief of meter? Relationships make deals. So this particular lender partner, he and I have been doing deals for 15 years. His SEP had $500,000 in it, and now it's got 1.5 in it. Because of deals we've done together.
So question, what kind of taxes were you paying on your portion of this? Any, I mean, none at all, because it never sold. It was just
No, I had to pay I'll have to pay some taxes on the dirt that sold. Yeah, so we made about we made about 200 grand, we should have made more. We made about 200 grand, and then we paid about 250, and we gave, by the time it was all said and done, we made about 200 grand on the dirt.
But couldn't you put that into a 1031?
Could have, but what we did is we moved that into our tiny home community, and then we already owned it. So we're doing tiny homes with that money.
Okay, and also do you use an attorney when you're doing all of these?
Every single time. Okay. We're an attorney state in South Carolina. Now in other states, you may use a title company to prepare your note, your mortgage, your satisfaction, whatever. The only time that we don't use an attorney in South Carolina is if I'm getting paid off. I'll prepare the satisfaction and record it, just to make it easy. Because since I'm the one getting paid off.
Just really quick, what did you have to put in of your money into this deal?
No, ask that question again.
How much of your own money went into this deal?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No money. Now, at the same time, when the tenant moved out and I had to start doing these TIs before this refinance happened, I put 150 grand of my money in TIs already. So I had some cash. But if that tenant had just kept paying, I would have never had any of my own money in it.
How much did you pay for the bill?
How much did I pay for the building? 2.2.
600 was just down payment.
600 was the down payment. It just appraised for 3.3. What made it worth more? A better lease. Why is it a better lease? It's a manufacturing space instead of a warehouse. It's got air conditioning. It's got power. The guy that leases it from me is making the LEDs that goes in the bow tie in front of the Chevrolet trucks. That hadn't come out yet.
What?
The bow tie in front of the Chevrolet truck, there's going to be an LED and it's going to light up. So he's making those in that building. Anybody else? Is that clear as mud? Is that exciting or what?
Yeah.
You don't even have any money and you can make money. All right, we got 7 more minutes. What are we going to do for 7 more minutes before we take another break? Oh, man. Oh, we got a case study. Perfect timing. You owe a lender a IRA 250 on a development project, and it's about to get paid back. Since he has been using his IRA for years, he has been willing to let his return accrue. He likes making 10% on his money, but he's been lending for years and up until now wouldn't consider being a partner.
Can you go to the next slide on the
Since is 2 years from R&Ds, now he would like to look at some safer income. What can you do with this IRA? So we don't need to get up in our groups for that. You know why? The answer is what I just did with my SEP guy. So I take him into a deal and make him my partner and start giving him income.
What is RMD?
Required minimum distribution. So you have folks that'll lend you money and it's just accruing, and it used to be 70 and a half, but now it's 72 and a half. Is it 2 and a half? Yeah, I think is it 72? Just right, 72. So, and you learn this by mistake, just by doing deals. I have a lender, and he's got $500,000 lent to me on flips, and it's all accruing. And the end of the year rolls around, and the dude turns 70 and a half, and he's supposed to take about 4% of his account and withdraw it. So 4 times 5 is 20 grand. He needs to take 20 grand out of his account. Well, guess what's in his account? Paper. He's got 4 or 5 pieces of paper that I owe him money. He's calling me all in a tizzy. You don't know what in a tizzy is. A tizzy is when you're upset. You say, oh, you're in a tizzy. It's like, you know, some people say tizzy, some people say upset. It's kind of like a buggy. You know what the buggy is? That's the thing you put your groceries in and you push it around the grocery store. Yeah, you call it a buggy. You don't call it, you know, so he was in a tizzy. And he said, man, I got to do my R&D or there's going to be a big problem. They just called me and I said, well, can we just pay you some, is it okay with you if I send your IRA 20 grand in interest ahead of time? You can do that? Yeah, I can do that. Okay, send me a coupon. The IRA companies want a coupon to come with the money. And we sent him some money early and he paid his R&Ds. But by the next year, guess what we did? We converted 1 or 2 of his loans to loans with payments. So instead of him making accruing, he's receiving payments. And for 12 months, he's getting payments in his IRA. And when it was time to take the money out, it was in there. And he could do his R&D without any issues. Chuck?
Couldn't he just distribute partial interest in that note to himself?
He could have. If I could explain that to him, then he would have been in a bigger tizzy. He'd have been a bigger tizzy.
Did he go to Clemson too?
He probably wouldn't.
I don't think, he's a truck driver.
He went to truck driver.
I don't think, he went to truck driver school. He's been driving truck forever. But that, you know, that reminds me of another transaction. My dad put some money with his, my dad had a Roth IRA. My dad's 74 now, 73. And we did a couple little transactions. He had a couple of little notes, and he was getting $400 a month coming to the Roth, and then he would do a withdrawal and take the $400 out, tax-free, right? And at the end of the year, he had a fee. Well, the fee was like $350, so he's losing a whole month's payment paying the fee. And so he called me and said, "What should I do?" And I told him to do what Chuck just said. He withdrew those two pieces of paper, those two little $20,000 pieces of paper out of his Roth. So now, instead of his Roth owning the paper, he does. That's tax-free because he's had it for 5 years, he's old enough. Now, the interest that's inside of that paper now, he's supposed to get a 1099 INT from his lender. He's supposed to claim that. But since he's retired and he doesn't make hardly any money, that little bit of interest is way less of a taxable event. It's pennies compared to what the custodian was charging him to handle the IRA. Now, it grew for years and years tax-free, but it was time to take it out. So those of you guys that are gray hair, no hair, if you got little bitty IRAs, it might be time to just take it out. Because if you don't have time to grow it, those fees will eat you up, unless you got a checkbook IRA. Checkbook IRA is a little bit cheaper. Questions about any of that right quick? We got another minute before we're gonna take a break. They're gonna make it? Yeah. The best part's coming up. All right, we're on page 33. Here's another formula using paper. Offer cash plus paper secured by another property. And that's the key, secured by another property. The smaller paper and rest cash from a bank or a lender, you need a place to put the paper if it's newly created. And you can rent the equity to secure a new paper, which is what Blake was describing earlier. So when you don't have any cash to make a down payment, what you can do is you can have if you look at this screen up here, the bank is going to lend me 70%, and I'm going to give somebody $700 grand for this $1 million warehouse. But then I'm going to give him a $300,000 loan secured by my beach house that I got at the beach that's worth $400. So, or by this duplex, which is what it says right here. Cash and paper secured by the duplex buys the entire warehouse. So, let's say the seller is going down and out. They want $1 million for the property. You're all from $700 in cash and $300 in paper secured by another property. So where are you going to get the $700 in cash? Bank. Ellie. Where did Ellie go? Would he lend me 75% on a cash flowing warehouse that I'm paying $1 million for? Sure.
Why would you get a private lender instead of walking on the
I could get a private lender if I wanted to, or I could get a bank loan on this one. On the bigger deals, I probably go to the bank. On the small single families or smaller deals, I go to a private source. So if you look at page 33, we're going to describe this. The situation is you want to buy a warehouse for $1 million. You have a $300,000 free and clear duplex with no cash. So the numbers I just spit out were a little bit different than what I'm about to describe in this solution. Offer $750 cash and $250 in paper secured by another property for the warehouse. So I've got a purchase and sell agreement for $1 million, subject to the seller buying a $250,000 note from me. So I'm buying the building for $1 million, he's buying my note for $250. The bank funds the $750 at close. The warehouse seller signs a deed. I sign a note and mortgage to the bank. and another mortgage on my duplex to the seller. The seller leaves with $750 in cash and $250 in paper. I have ownership of both with new debt on both of them. So I want to make sure that my $250 in debt on my duplex is got a payment that's less than my cash flow, right? I don't want to go in negative just because I'm using my duplex to park debt. And of course, if it's $1 million building and I'm only borrowing $750 at bank rates, I'm gonna have cash flow on the building. So you'll see me make this offer a lot. Anything that's free and clear with income, this is a formula you can use to buy anything.
Creation of wealth formula.
Why is the bank willing to lend me the money? Well, if you look back over here in number 1, I have a purchase and sell agreement for $1 million cash to buy the warehouse. But it's subject to the seller buying a $250 note from me. So the bank's gonna lend me $750 and I'm gonna put a $250 down by selling my note. They don't necessarily know that I'm selling my note to the seller. I could be selling my note to you. I could go out and borrow the $250 against my duplex from you, use it as a down payment. The bank would be okay with that in this scenario. But the reason that I put it that way in this handout is so the bank will like it. Bank likes cash deals with nothing creative. And it's not creative when it's just a cash. Now, in the contract, subject to me being able to sell my paper, I can't make the down payment unless I sell my paper I have over here, right? So, and the seller just happens to buy my paper. Does that answer your question? Who else has a question? What's in the book that's free and clear, that has cash flow? Almost nothing, this book. But if there's anything in there, this is the strategy to buy it.
You can have debt.
It could have debt. What if the debt was if it was 50% leverage, then the bank might lend the $750 and the seller leave with debt paid off and $250 in cash and $250 in paper. Can have debt. Somebody raise their hand. Yes.
Is $250,000 in cash the same to you as a $250,000 note that's payable and due in 5 years?
I'll answer this question the way every CPA in the world gets to make their money. You ready? It depends. It depends. You know, you ask a CPA a question and say, on one hand, you can do it this way, but the IRS might look at it like this. On the other way, you do it this way, IRS might look at this. So I just decided to go find me a one-handed CPA. And an amputee. Talk straight to me. If I'm getting a piece of paper that's a low LTV and a high interest rate, I'd rather have the paper. If I'm getting paper, if I'm getting a high investment value and a low interest rate on dirt, I'd rather have the cash. So it's in the eye of the beholder. Cash will trade and paper will trade. Cash trades quicker than paper.
But my contention is that paper is commonly not appreciated, but you pay less for it than a face amount because you're getting your money over time.
I trade paper at face.
Why would you do that? I mean, it's not the same amount. $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow.
Okay,
time value of money.
In this example right here, this is $1 million property that's listed for $1 million. It's been on the market for a while and it hadn't sold for $1 million. What is the real value of this property?
Whatever a buyer does.
Whatever a buyer will pay. And if it's been on the market for 60, 90 days in the market we're in now, it's not worth $1 million. So when I come in and offer $1 million, even though only $750 is cash and $250 is paper, the perceived benefits that this seller is getting may be that he could go back to the club and tell all his buddies that he did get $1 million for his warehouse. You don't make decisions for sellers. He may have sold it, he might have told his ex-wife he's gonna get $1 million for it, and it doesn't matter what kind of terms he's gonna get $1 million for it. So just get the offer presented. I think you're worried about the wrong thing.
I'm comfortable, with the explanation in this example, because, yes, he's willing to take that 250 note, and that's, an agreement between parties, and that, that's fine. But often, we equate here, or I hear people equating 250 face value note being equal to 250 cash. So
What if the note was
it's not
paying
the
at
same.
100%, and it was secured by $1 million property? What's the value of that note in this room?
Quite high.
Higher than 250, right?
Right.
Now, if it's paying 0% and it's 250 secured by 250 duplex, the perceived value in this room is probably 150 or less.
Right.
But the benefit that you're getting the seller is the 750 cash now, soon. And he's still got some income. Plus, you're a counselor, right? You're a broker.
Right.
Can you convince your seller that he can do something with that paper?
Oh, absolutely.
Can he trade it in the next deal? Can he discount it for cash? Can he borrow against it?
Yep.
Can he sell off some payments and raise more money?
Well, that's my point. To sell it, he has to discount it.
But to trade it, he doesn't.
Maybe.
Well, if Brian's the borrower, he ain't gonna ever get it traded. If I'm the borrower, somebody will probably pay double for it. Sorry, Brian.
All right, no longer talk to me.
Anybody else got any questions about this transaction? Who can explain it to their friends when they get back home?
I can.
You can? So make sure you explain it to everybody you can before you leave this week, because some people just didn't get it yet.
Well, and you can talk to the seller down the road and see if he wants to get cash.
Oh, that's a great, and
that 250.
he meant, I'm glad he said that. He said, what's the deal beyond the deal? What's the deal beyond the deal in this example?
The 250.
The 250 I owe my guy that's got the duplex. He's my lender. He's gonna receive payments from me for a while. He might not like the 5% that I'm paying him. He might wanna make 6. Can I create paper and pay him off for less? Yeah. Can I sell my duplex and take him with me if he'll go? Does he have more money? Yeah, he does. He just got 750. Maybe he loves 5% return and he's just pleased as he can be because the warehouse people kept calling him about the roof leaking. And you make payments to him a couple of months. People love receiving a payment that just shows up in the mail. Or ACHs. Mr. Seller, would you rather have a payment in the form of a check or an ACH? You'd rather have an ACH. Well, that's what we'll set up for you. So the benefit he's getting is he's keeping some cash flow. He's getting rid of the asset that he didn't want to own anyway. And he's getting a bunch of cash. Page 34. Absorb property and cash inside paper. Man, that sounds fun. So when the seller can add tons of cash, is there anything in the book where somebody can add like $1 gajillion? There is? Well, here's this formula you use. Let's say that they want to sell their little bitty piece of dirt and you ask them to add a ton of cash and you give them some soft paper secured by your development. So the benefit they're getting is they're getting their land sold for full price, and they're getting a return on their cash and a little bit better return on their land. You like how I put soft paper right there? That's Angel Soft.
What is that? What is soft paper?
Soft paper is the payments are low or the rate's low or it accrues, whatever the developer needs to give time to get his development out of the ground. And then maybe there's a big upside for the guy with the land and tons of cash. So when I see cash, I'm thinking, do I have a development? How can I use their cash? You ever come to these rooms and says, nobody wants that 500 grand? Oh, and someone just wakes up and gives out their number. Because if you can absorb something small inside the paper, so do I have an example for this one? An example for this one would be $100,000 in dirt and $500 in cash. So I give them a $600,000 piece of paper secured by my development. So they're making a return on 600. What was he making on the dirt? Zero. What was he making on his $500,000 sitting in the bank? Negative 3 point, what's inflation at right now? 4.6?
5.89.
Okay, he's making a negative on his cash, he's making a negative on his dirt. So I get him out of that negative into positive and give him a $600,000 first, and maybe the money sits in escrow, and this what gets my building out of the ground. And he's safe. So I raise money from people that want to sell smalls. So if you hear me say, he's got smalls and he's got cash, this is the formula. Absorb the cash and the property inside the paper you create on your development project. So the before and after, if you look at pages 34, well, he's got a dark, ugly, vacant building or dirt and cash in the bank. And I got a deed on a piece of property that I was able to scrape up the money to buy it, but I don't have the ability to develop it. Or I don't want to go to the bank to develop it. Well, after on page 35, the seller's got some paper and a secured mortgage on some land. And you're going to have to figure out what to do with his dark, small problem. So, wasn't there I think Corey had a little Dollar General that went dark in the book way back when. So, if Corey wasn't spending his money in the next deal so fast, I may have convinced Corey to add some cash to his Dollar General. I could just absorb the Dollar General and let him help me build 3 or 4 or 5 houses. I built some houses. I could absorb his dark Dollar General in the deal. But he's spending money in the next deal so fast, he'd rather just hold on to the Dollar General than add a bunch of cash. He's not rich enough yet. He'll be there one day though. So the situation is we need cash for value add deals. The solution is look for strong sellers with small problems. Questions about that? How much money do you need?
2 million.
You need 2 million, how much do you need? 2.1. And what's your project for? What are you doing with your project? A $2 million project.
I want to convert light industrial into apartment complex.
Okay, so can I get a first mortgage from you? No, doesn't sound like I can get a first mortgage for your 2 million on your light industrial. You already own it with.
No, I don't already own it.
You want to buy it?
I want to buy it.
Okay. What's in the book that has something that somebody will add 2 million? George, yeah, you have something you'll add 2 million?
I'm writing down numbers.
How much is the value of the property that he has to absorb?
4.5.
4.5 million?
Yeah, plus 2.
That doesn't match. Look, see the pictures, George? See the little picture of the land and the big cash?
Problem. You just asked a simple question. The little dark problem.
The little problems makes more sense. So he can add 2 million in cash, and do I have to buy his property to get the 2 million, George?
Yeah.
You have to? I gotta buy it.
Will he finance it?
4 million.
Somebody else?
How much does he owe on the $4 million property?
0.
Where's the problem?
If I buy his property, so here's a better idea. I'll buy his property for $4 million cash. What kind of return does he like, George? He likes 8. I'll buy his property for $4 million cash if he'll lend me $2 million at 8%, secured by his development. He'll lend back $2 million. So he gets his 4 million like he wants. And can we make more than 8% over here on this project you're working on that you need 2 million?
Yes.
And there was a gentleman in front that needed 2 million. The building that's worth 4 million, what's the cap rate?
0.
Is a 0 cap rate?
Yeah. But personal use, no.
Is that the one that I'm buying anyway?
The Palmer Mountain Dew.
Is that the Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do it that way then. We'll do it the way I just described. I'll buy it. If he'll lend me back 2 million on something else at 8%, interest only, forever, and move the debt around. So there's ways to get deals done in this with paper in here.
Yeah, I could do that deal too. The
Yeah.
property already brings in 14 grand a month.
Who else has a $2 million deal? When you had the 2 million, if we paid 4 million, do you think you'd lend us back the whole 4 million at 8%? George? On 2 different properties? 2 on one and 2 on the other, make 8% on each? Now I can do 2 more deals with my friends. See, these are my friends I just made. Plus, I wanted to buy that property anyway. Well, how much money do you need, Brian?
$1.5 million.
$1.5 million? Same thing. Who's can add $1.5 million in cash in the book?
Somebody probably quiet.
Who didn't put it in the book, but we know they can add that much? Who wants to make the offer that they want to get $1.5 million, even if we don't think they can do it? You just want to sling LOIs until you get one. All right, next. Use property as an option on seller's property to get her to borrow on your value add deal. But wait a second. This same transaction we were talking about a minute ago, instead of somebody that has cash, they just got a big balance sheet. She's got a golden arm. She can go to the bank and just borrow. She's got all kind of income. She pays all kind of taxes. She's got all kind of money in the bank. She just don't want to use her money. So I got some dirt, same example before. I figured out how to get it bought. And she's got a little dark DG. Well, I don't want her dark DG. But what I could do is I could give her my dirt as an option to buy her DG. In return, now that she owns my dirt free and clear, how much is the taxes for me to give her my dirt as an option? Nuh-uh. It's an option. So there's no tax.
Question.
Yes.
You say dark DG, what's the dark?
Dollar General.
But if it's dark, it's not a DG anymore.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. That's like, if it's a dark DG, it's not a DG anymore. I need to remember that. That's like people who keep telling me that they need to know my EIN number. And I'm like, I don't have an EIN number. I have an EIN. Because if it was an EIN number, it'd be an employee identification number. And they want to know why the hot water heater's not working. I said, well, we don't have a hot water heater. If the water was hot, it'd already be heated and we wouldn't have to heat it. It's a cold water heater. I mean, every heater we have is a cold water heater.
What about the Department of Redundancy Department?
Yeah, we have, sometimes I go and take an SAT, my son's got to go take an SAT test. And I explained to him, don't call it an SAT test. Then he said, well, I need to go buy the ATM machine to get some money. I know you don't. You don't have to go buy the automatic teller machine. So I got me a little bit of coffee and I'm starting to remember my jokes. I can just tell jokes for the next 70 minutes.
I don't know, that'd be a long time to tell jokes. I give you 5. Hard. 70 minutes, that's hard material.
I tell you what, you give me a couple of bourbons, 3 or 4, and get me rolling in the bar tonight, and you can bring that big old red timer. No women nearby though. I don't know if I can go 70 minutes without telling a couple dirty jokes. You know, dirty jokes. You want me to tell you a dirty joke? You know, a white horse, you want me to tell you a dirty joke? White horse fell in a mud hole. That's dirty. Let me tell you an even dirtier joke? 2 white horses fell in a mud hole and 3 came out. Oh yeah.
After what period of time?
So instead of getting the person with the golden arm, you buy their chalk and marbles. And where did I get the chalk and marbles from? Jim Wilson, right? He used the little transaction. We're buying their, we're selling them we're buying their chalk and marbles they had in the book. But we're not buying it, we're just giving them an option to buy it with our dirt. So without paying any taxes, they own our dirt. And then they like our project, so they sign on the construction loan, and the equity is there because they own the dirt. So that way you can raise the money to do your development without using any cash, without signing on a note. Now, when you exercise your option and buy that dark building from her, then it'll be taxable. So you might decide to do that in a couple of years. So you could actually buy it for less than you paid for your dirt. That way, when you exercise it, you lose some money. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? A little tax loss. So on page 37, there's a demonstration of that. Trade yours is an option to buy hers. She owns the deed on the development, needs a signer. She still owns both because she still owns what you're buying from her. But then after she signs, you get the dark small problem. But you get to keep a piece of the big. So you get to keep a big equity position in the big, and you were the golden arm was willing to help you because you gave her your land and took her problem property. I like that formula. I've never successfully closed on that one. Questions about that? So every time I see a strong seller with small problems, whether they can sign, whether they have expertise, whether they live in a different state than me, whatever benefit they can bring to me in my deal as a JV partner that I can't do, I want to take their problem from them so that they will come and help me with my deal. The presenter is presenting the Dollar General that's not a Dollar General, it's dark building that's going to be a church or something. But they happen to mention, oh, by the way, this particular owner owns a bunch of stuff here, a bunch of stuff there, he likes this, he likes that, he likes that, he likes this. And all I heard is this guy's got a signature and he's got cash. And I'd love to absorb that small into my big development. They didn't present, I got a seller that's got a bunch of money and can sign on debt. They presented this little building. What I heard was this little building is chalk and marbles to this person, and we need to go ahead and get them to help me in the transaction that I'm attempting to do over here. So we're on to the case study. Any questions about that? On to the case study on page 38. You've been buying real estate for years and you have paid off a lot of property. You would like to buy property that has $1 million in asking. Your banker would lend you 75. The only problem is you don't have the down payment. How are you going to buy this deal? I mean, some of these are easy. If I own a bunch of property and I've got a lot of it paid off, isn't that property just like a line of credit? Can I go borrow $250 against some of my property at low investment to values and raise the money.
That or you create your own paper on it.
I can create the paper and give somebody the yield that they want. What's another way I could raise the money?
Borrow against what you got.
Borrow against what I got? Is there any 1031 money in the book?
Probably.
Who's got 1031 money in the book? Raise your hand. Blake, how much you got?
$2.5 million.
He's got $2.5 million. Would you spend $250 on something that's small?
Sure.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't buy a couple of my houses that are worth $500,000 for $250? What kind of yield would you like?
You tell me.
Well, just a 50% investment to value for your 1031 money.
Sure, 8% would be one.
8 would be pretty good. Well, let me see. Well, 8% on 250, is that going to kill my deal where I'm making the down payment? Ooh.
$800.
I don't think it's going to. I think it's going to kill it, man. Can I get it at 6? Isn't it the 45th day?
Must be.
It must be the 45th day. Okay, so I'm selling him something that's worth $500,000 for $250, leasing it back at we negotiate back where I get it at a 7 cap. So I lease it back at 7%. Is that not just like borrowing at 7%?
Yep.
And there's 1031 money in the book, right? So there's ways to raise money to do deals with paper, and you can use 1031 money to do that. And do I still control this house? These couple of houses? I don't own them, but I control them. What's my basis on the houses that I sold to him for $250? $250. So what's my tax when I sell it? Nuh-uh. So I can actually go off title and not pay tax. And then I can come back in and buy it later. If my basis was under $250, then I can bring my basis up when I buy it back. Questions about that case study?
Are there fees? Are you adding any fees to this?
Sure, question is, am I adding any fees? No, but if he's represented by a broker, I'll be glad to pay the fee on my $250. That means I'm just going to have a little bit less cash to make my down payment. But if I know I'm paying a fee and I'm really needing $250, I might sell my $500,000 properties for $275. Or I may just have enough money in the bank to pay the fees. The broker fees.
But no, for the broker fees, but no loan origination fees.
No, it's a sale. You're selling and leasing it back. I just did a transaction like this, where it's actually a subdivision. So I paid $450 for a subdivision, and I'm getting a 10% lease back from the owner. And what that did is that replenished his cash, and he's got an option to buy it back for $450, and he's got his $450 back in the bank to put in the roads. So he's going to put the roads in, and it'll be worth $1.5. But it'll take a year or so to get the roads in. And by that time, he can go ahead and exercise his option and take me out, and I can move on to the next transaction. So I park my 1031 money in land that's going to be a subdivision, but I'm not the developer. I'm leasing to the developer. The entity that's the developer is developing. The entity that's me is an investor. I'm not developing, I'm owning and leasing. So I can 1031 out the other side a year or two from now. Got it? Page 39. Convert private lender into an equity partner. So, and there's a real life example of this right below it. If I'm paying a pref / a payment to somebody, I think I'd rather than be my partner in a deal and me not have to make a payment, even if I'm giving up a lot of the benefits. So if I convert my lender to an equity partner, I lower my risk, I don't have to pay debt service, it makes it easier to trade up, because now I have more equity that we share. I could refinance it and pull out some cash to do some tenant improvements, just like we talked about earlier that Ellie helped me do. But I have to be careful that when my guy goes from paper to interest in an LLC, that he doesn't have a taxable event. So you want to get with your CPAs on that. So I had a lender of mine that lent me $700,000 to do a subdivision. And he's making 12% on his money, and it's accruing. So he probably lent me $600,000 to do a subdivision. So it's accruing, it's accruing, it's accruing. We get the subdivision developed, and we get the lots selling, and I can't sell lots because he's got a first mortgage on the subdivision. So I call him and I say, I'm gonna have to pay you back, or I can start making payments. But instead of making 12, if I'm gonna make payments, is it okay with you if I pay 8? He's like, yeah, that'll be good. So I owe him $700, I'm paying him 8%, and it's secured by my paper that I own. So I secured my $700 that I owed him with like $800 in paper. Well, my $800 in paper was paying 10 and 12%, so I could afford to pay him his payment at 8. Question, Jim?
Yeah, why didn't you have releases in that?
I could have gone back and got releases in that, but I was selling lots. I was trading through and selling lots to different people before the bank, before that's another whole formula. That's another formula. We were selling, there were 40 lots. We had traded those lots out to 3 different entities before my builder took them down. So for me to get out of that into the next deal, I needed him to get moved off.
Okay, it's a different formula, but
Different formula, but I could have done it that way.
Releases for everything, right?
So I came to him, and I'm making payments to him, and he's making 8%, and I'm about to refinance one of my multifamilies. And I asked him, I said, I got a multifamily that just appraised for, where's Ellie? I think that one appraised for about the same amount. And I owe you this money. Would you rather me keep paying you 8% and you get the 1099 INT with no shelter, or would you rather own half of this deal? He said, I'd rather own half the deal. My cash flow will be about the same, but I'll have more shelter, I'll have some appreciation, we'll be paying principal down. I don't mind being your partner, we've been working together for a long time. So on page 39, I owed Steve $700,000, and now I don't. And that property that I gave him half my equity, I just strategically gave it away right after I refinanced to pull out a lot of my equity. That make sense? Questions about converting private lenders into equity partners?
You do it as a tenant in common to avoid some of that LLC issue, right?
I don't know. I haven't, this happened in 2020, and one of the cool things about doing stuff internally is when my CPA starts working on my 2021, when he starts working on mine and Steve's taxes, it may be that I need to convert that and retroactive. Was that gonna help me if I do a tenant in common? Or if I just bring him in as a membership interest?
It depends on your basis, it depends on what he's looking for.
So that's why I said be careful of taxable event to lender and partnership. So when did you get your 2020 taxes done? Last week.
Last week. Exactly.
Okay, so when do I have to figure out exactly the best way to structure this?
Next October.
A year from last week.
Yeah.
That's something that it took me a couple of years to realize. So amped up about getting it right, and it's hard to get it right until the CPA actually does your taxes. So you can actually get it right before you file your return and you learn from it. So this is something that, this is the one time I've done it on this big of a scale for it to make a big difference.
Well, don't you have to get it right by closing and then pay the bill that further down the road? Sort of.
What he said is, don't you have to get it right by closing and pay the bill? What you mean, I have to know kind of how much I'm owed by April 15th?
No, you have to know what the structure is before you sign and close, because you can't undo the transaction. Paying the taxes is just a result of what you did.
Oh, no. I own the, see this LLC? It's a single member LLC right now. It's about to be a multi-member LLC, and Steve will be 50% member, or his name or his LLC will come in tenant in common, depending on what his CPA and his attorney and my CPA and my attorney want to happen between now and when we do our taxes next year. And I haven't done anything differently in my paperwork yet, except for him to agree to to move his paper into this.
You can maneuver the LLC membership different from the real estate transactions owned by the LLC.
Yep. So what he's saying is, it might make more sense to give him a 50% membership interest in this LLC. Is that going to make the most sense?
So the real estate transactions impact the tax event.
Oh, I've owned the real estate for 3 years.
Yeah.
I'm just bringing him into the LLC that owns it.
Got it. Real estate transactions cover the tax consequence. Structures of the LLC will decide who's getting which tax benefits that have already played out. You can still do that before you file.
Before I file my return next year, on October 15th. Exactly. I think we're saying the same thing, but if you can teach me more, I'd love to get with you.
I hope we are. I'm just saying it maybe slightly different.
Sounds good.
Jason, I got a question. So in this deal, are you selling him, basically selling him an interest? Is his note going to you directly? Is that note going to you directly, or is it going into the LLC?
The note's going to the LLC. I don't know.
That might be a non-taxable transaction.
If the note goes to the LLC?
Might be, yeah.
And then
I've had that happen where my note went to an LLC, into the LLC.
Note to LLC, and it's not taxable for him.
Or you either, I don't think.
Well, I owe the $700.
And then if you release the mortgage with the notes in there, then you can go do your other deal.
So I've already got him to sign a release. The assignment of mortgage that I did to secure him a year ago, I've already had him assign that back to me. So he's released all my paper.
But there might still be a reason to put him into the LLC, and your paper's sitting there just waiting for you when you buy it back out.
So let the LLC own the paper in the meantime.
Yeah, just a thought.
Note to LLC and let the LLC own paper.
So does the note still exist?
Yeah, the note still would exist.
But there's not going to be any payments made on it.
So?
You weren't forgiven any debt.
So it's going to the LLC. The LLC is giving an interest in the LLC.
I like that answer. Sewing needle and thread, right? See, awesome. Isn't this group awesome? This is in this class because I just did it, but I wasn't even sure exactly what the taxable implications were going to be. Even with some taxable implications, I can still paper it out to make it fair later, can't I? I can. If it costs him some money in tax and I need to find a way to help him out, we can manipulate it and make it a better deal for him in the future. All right, number 40. Roth retirement plan. If we get to keep a Roth, you buy a value add property, you reposition the property, you sell or finance the property. Sell off enough payments to replenish the cash. Include your down payment you're getting. Repeat 1 through 4 25 times. Wait till you're 59 and a half. And hopefully if you time it right, and you're the right age, you can start getting the payments and the partial that comes back to you. So I've got a friend of mine that, I think it was 15 years ago, he had 40 or 50 grand in his Roth. So we bought a double wide, okay? So we took the double wide and he fixed it up, his Roth seller financed it, got 10,000 down, sold it for 90. So now he's got a piece of paper worth 80. Well, how much money does he need to do another double wide? 40. He's got 10 grand down, so he needs to sell enough payments to sell off to make 30 grand, right? So now what's in his Roth after he sells the partial? 40 grand. 10 years from now, he's going to start receiving that $650 a month. But the $650 a month is going to the person that bought the partial for the first 10 years. So, but he does it again, and he does it again, and he does it again, and he does it again. So if you look on page 41, you pay cash with your Roth, fix it up, seller finance it, take back a mortgage, sell off the partial to replenish your cash. You repeat. Well, then one day you're going to wake up and you're going to have a bunch of paper that the partials are coming back to you. So let's say there's 360 payments and you had to sell off 120 of them. Well, the 121st payment goes in your Roth. The 122nd payment goes in your Roth. And if you're 59 and a half and you've had a Roth for 5 years, you can take it out the next day tax-free. So a buddy of mine did this, got up to 25 houses, and he decided that he didn't want to live anywhere anymore. He decided to be a cruiser. Like he cruises. He's got 25 of these. He's had them for more than 10 years. 650 times 25 comes in his Roth every month. Every month he takes the money out. And he lives on it tax-free, and he cruises. Like on cruise liners, he doesn't have a, and he's single. He's just on a different cruise the rest of his life, tax-free. So does anybody have a Roth that, and they're already 59 and a half, well, you could do this quicker and take the money out sooner tax-free. We got young people in here too. Tyler, you got parents, right? Do they have a Roth? What I did with my dad's Roth that I was talking about earlier is when I'm 49. So when I could see that he was about to be 59 and a half, I started doing deals with his Roth. So I would give him 10 grand because I love him. He's my dad. And then he would move 10 grand in his Roth over here and make me give me the POA on his Roth. And I'd take that 10 grand and I'd do something. And then Dad would decide to withdraw it tax-free, and then he could give me, how much can anybody give anybody a year without any tax? Is it 14? It's 14. So Dad would give me 14. Then Dad would do another deal in his Roth, and Dad would give my wife 14. And Dad would do another deal in his Roth that he didn't know about that I was controlling. And Dad would give my son 14. And then he'd give my other son 14. And then by the end, we'd be at the end of the year, we'd have to start over. And you do another 14, another 14, another 14.
Dog, right?
So I don't have my dog doesn't file a tax return. I don't know how that works. I do have a dog. And we do have a pig too. Did you know about it? We had a pig. I had a friend of mine come in to look at my pig. I'm like, dude, that's an awesome pig. Well, why does it have 3 legs? I said, it's that dog. That pig is awesome. That pig started squealing the other night. The pig. 3-legged pig. Then why does it have 3 legs? I said, it's an awesome pig. I said, it squealing the other night. The burglar was trying to come in and kept us from getting burglarized. It's awesome. I said, yeah, but why does it have 3 legs? I said, well, you know, that pig, it was phenomenal. About a year ago, My wife caught something on fire in the kitchen, and the pig started squealing and running around before the smoke detector didn't even go off, and we put the fire out, and it saved us from burning our house down. Man, that's a killer pig. That's an awesome pig. My buddy said, but why does it only have 3 legs? And I said, well, shoot, pig that good, you wouldn't eat it all at once either, would you? Can that count towards my 70 minutes?
That was a good one. That was about 30 seconds.
So on page 41, in case you didn't catch it, with the pictures, there's the words. Property under contract, you get off 500. Oh, this is another situation. Sorry. So this was different. And this is what I did with my dad's Roth is this right here. So I would put a property under contract for 500, and I want to sign the contract, but I'd love to make some money and not pay any taxes. So I go put a property under contract for $500,000. The earnest money's 10 grand. And I find a buyer that will pay $550. Well, I tell my buyer that I'd sell it to him, but hold on a minute. So I go back to the seller and I get them to get me out of the contract, but I want the new contract to be in my dad's Roth. So my dad's Roth sends the 10 grand and binds the contract. My dad's Roth then assigns the contract for 60 grand. Why is it 60? So it'll equal 550. Because the seller's only owed another 490, right? So when it closes, dad's Roth gets 60 grand, and the Roth earned the assignment fee. The Roth was not licensed. Who did we have earlier that was concerned about assignment fees getting paid to unlicensed people? So we did this a bunch of times. So at the end of the day, my dad's Roth made 50 grand, and now he can withdraw it the next day because he's had the Roth for 5 years. He's over 59 and a half, and he can give it. He can give away so much a year. So it's just it's a way to legally avoid paying taxes on some of the money that you're making. Questions about that example? So if you're already 59 and a half and you have a Roth, you shouldn't ever earn an assignment fee not in your Roth. If you have friends that are 59 and a half, my dad didn't have to be the person that gave me the money. You can give anybody 14 grand. You know that? I thought that you had to be your children. I want my dad to keep thinking that in case he decided to give away money to somebody else. But he can give it to Brian. He can give it to Blake. So,
What's your dad's number?
BR549.
Yes, sir.
You're going to replace yourself as a buyer on the contracts. Do you ordinarily make the exclusive contract as a buyer? Don't you add the little thing or even sign?
I do. But I don't want, his question was, why did I get a new purchase and sell agreement? Because I don't want anything I control to be assigned to my dad's Roth. That's part of a prohibited transaction with your retirement account. Now, if you were going to be my dad, Jim, and you were going to keep, let's say we're going to do that same deal, and you're just going to keep 10 grand in your Roth, and you're going to give me 40 of it, then I could assign it straight to you just fine. Because we're not related.
You only do it just because your father.
Only reason I replaced the PSA, it was my father. Great question. Now, if it's my brothers, I could do it without a problem, or my sister. But my brother, he's a school teacher, you know. Told you what he does. He don't know. Question about using Roths. 40 minutes. You think we can finish? Page 42. I own a property that's 50% leveraged by a private lender. The value is $500,000. I receive an offer to take the property for $2 million. You receive an offer to take your property in on a $2 million deal. Your bank will lend 75% if you come up with the down payment. How can you get this deal done? Remember when I told you that if you go back a couple of 3 slides, the answer's there? If I'm going to go up, I'm going to need 500 down. The bank will lend me 1.5. If I make my private lender my partner, then I do have the equity to do this deal. So it's pretty easy, right? So the deal beyond the deal, the fact that I borrowed $250 from a private lender at 6% instead of 4% may make it possible for me to take my building up into something bigger and create more benefits. Match seller's cash flow need with soft terms. So this is perfect for you since you're a basketball guy. This is a 2-3 zone matchup. It's a matchup zone.
Okay.
You ready?
1-1-3 or 2-3?
No, it's 2-3.
Okay.
This is an amoeba. Since we're in Vegas, you remember the amoeba defense. You remember that? Tarkanian?
Yeah.
Who was here when Tark was the coach? They had an amoeba defense. They were just like everywhere.
It was a matchup. So it looks like the zone, but it runs like a man.
Yeah, it's a man matchup.
Yeah. I prefer the 1-1-3 because you can pick up that first guard up front.
And you can trap in the corners.
Well, yeah, because you got the second guy down below that can go either to the same side or the opposite side rather than having 2 up front.
If I'd have been taller, faster, could jump higher, could shoot better, I'd have been a good basketball player.
Maybe next year. Maybe you just got to put the work in.
Well, I have you know that I am the 1992 6'0" one-on-one Clemson intramural basketball champion. It helped that I was 6 feet because it was 6 feet and over and 6 feet and under. So since I was a 6-footer, then there was nobody taller than me that I had to play.
It's not the size of the dog in the fight, right?
It's the fight of okay. Match seller's cash flow need with soft term. What's the best interest rate when you're buying? 0. How much negative cash flow can you afford?
0.
Well, some people can afford negative cash flow. It depends on who you are. When is the EAT an investment? Why do we call it an EAT? The negative cash flow.
Right.
So if we set up some financing that is better than we buy, than when we sell, but it still has an EAT, is it really an investment? How long can you make an investment that quadruples your equity each month? Ooh. So that leads you into the example on the bottom of page 43. And this is a deal I did last year. So I met with a seller that had a vacant building with a roof leaking she inherited through probate from her husband. It was an old Napa mechanic shop. She wanted $310 for the building. Don't know why, but that's what she wanted. So I sat there and asked her some questions. So how did I ask her questions? POS. It took me 2 or 3 minutes to talk about the property. Then I talked about the owner. All about what she does, how old she is, her grandkids, everything. Then her situation. Well, her situation was she's got a building with a roof leaking and it ain't sold and it's not rented. And I don't even remember if she had it insured. Well, what's the solution? So I asked her, how much money a month would you need to cover your living expenses? Because remember, she just lost her husband, that was the income.
That's a good question.
And she said, if I had $3,000 a month, that would cover my living expenses. And I said, is there any reason why you wouldn't let me send you $3,000 a month starting next month and pay you full price for your building. And she said that I can't think of any reason why. So I contracted to buy the property, started giving her $3,000 a month. Well, that's 0%, so I created paper and bought the building. Well, then I got to looking at what it would rent for and what it's worth and what I could sell it for, and I found a taker that would put the $30,000 roof on and buy it for me for $300,000, but he couldn't afford, what, about $2,500 a month. So I financed to him at 7% for 20 years at $2,500 a month. So how much a month am I losing in my Chunka method? But how much faster am I paying the building off than him? I'm getting $3,000 a month in equity. He's getting, I don't know, $800 or $900. I'm getting about 4 times the equity buy down that he's getting. So remember the question I asked a minute ago? How long can you make an investment that quadruples your equity every month? I'm spending $500 a month out of my cash flow over here, but my spread between what I owe her and what he owes me is $2,000 a month. Now, if I did this transaction like this on everything I owned, I wouldn't be sitting here. This is the only thing I own that's got a negative E right now. But when this falls in your lap and you can help the seller and give her what she needs, it's okay to give her what she needs as long as you get the good loan. So if you look at that on page 43, I just happened to find what a wraparound mortgage might be if you're trying to explain to somebody what it's like, and those numbers aren't the numbers I just talked about. But the original loan in my situation was $310. My wrap, by the time I got it closed, I owed about $300 because I'd made about 3 payments. And the sale price was the same as the wrap because I didn't get a down payment. He put the roof on in lieu of a down payment. So I've had this for about a year now. So I owe $36,000 less. So what's the deal beyond the deal on this right here?
You trade that big.
Can I move her?
Yeah.
Can I sell my paper that's at 8 and move her somewhere else that's got a bigger income?
Sure.
Could. What else could I do?
You can discount.
Do you think she'd take a discount if I go to her and ask her?
Sure.
Probably. If he's about to pay me off, if he happens to get a bank loan and pays me off, I'm only going to make about $20,000 right now. But the longer it goes, the less I'll owe. So I thought I'd just kind of put it on hold for about 2 years. Let me get about 60, 70 grand out in front of him and then see what I can do with his paper. Maybe trade it up and move her or something. But it's okay to lose money on one deal a month if you're getting a ton of equity. So I threw an example of a wraparound note, which is on page 44. Remember the example earlier with the subject to that I bought and I wrote on the board? And I had to wrap my debtor, I had to get some qualified debt. This is the wrap around the debt. So I just threw that in there for your reading enjoyment if you want to read what a wraparound mortgage promissory note looks like. So Security Federal Bank, we paid it down to $400. And then the wrap was for $400. So the wrap was back to my seller so I can get my qualified debt. Yes, sir.
I've done several, but I never like to put the word wraparound sound.
sounds strange to a lot of people, and I just put that I would pay everything that's underlying. Is there a reason you put the wraparound in there?
The only reason I did this was because that my QI told me for me to get qualified debt, I needed to wrap my subject to debt to complete my 1031. And the attorney that prepared this, it didn't matter to me. Now remember, this was a flip, or this was a turnaround, so this has been satisfied already. So maybe if I was gonna leave this recording, and this is the note, it doesn't get recorded anyway. I don't remember what the mortgage said. This is the note.
Okay, well, same thing that I'm concerned about. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all.
Yep. So maybe it needed to, again, when I'm dealing with a bank or a QI, I go to them and say, what do you want it to say on the HUD? What do you want it to say on the contract? What do you want it to say on the note, the mortgage? And I go back and I go back and request that the attorney make those changes. So that my QI, my CPA, the bank is pleased. Oh man, this next one on page 45. This is so exciting. I can't stand it. Small papered out to buy big, keep small. Who has nothing, they want something? Yeah. Who has a free and clear property with a little bit of cash flow? What do you got? Grab him a mic.
A commercial building in LA, it's about $1 million, about $4,000 a month cash flow.
And it's free and clear?
Free and clear.
And why is your seller selling?
If it was just to move up somewhere else.
He's gonna go up in another deal?
Yeah.
And does he have more cash?
He has more cash.
And what's the cap rate right there on what is 4 times 12?
It was.
Sounds like a good cap rate.
Yeah, you're around 4% around there.
Is that right?
Yeah. For California, that's not so bad.
Okay, so he's got a property that's free and clear that's making $4,000 a month. That's a 5 cap, I guess. Yeah, it's 48,000, right?
Yeah, 5 cap.
It's a 5 cap. And does he would he go down and just sell for cash, or does he have to go up?
You could do both.
He could go down. Okay, so I just heard free and clear can go down. What did the presenter order? What order did he make? Cash? Or something to go down, or maybe something to go up? Who has something that's worth about $250,000 that's free and clear? You do? Hand the mic to him, please. What's your $250,000 property?
10 Plex and grants.
And it's a free and clear $250,000 property?
300,000 free and clear.
300. And would you like to own a $1 million property?
Sure.
You would?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you're going to believe this, but I think maybe Christmas came early. I'm pretty sure that I can get you to buy that, and they'll take your building as a down payment. Okay. Is that pretty cool?
Yeah.
Do you have the ability to go to the bank and borrow the difference?
I might be able to come up with cash with the difference.
Mike's on the chicken's back. Come on, you can do it. Grab the mic, or bring him another mic. Bring him another mic. Need a second mic. So I tell you what, I'm not sure I can do this, but I'm pretty sure I can convince him to take your building.
Okay.
And remind me again what the cap rate is?
So cap rate right now is, it's like 3 or 4%, but I've just rehabbed a bunch of them and they need to get leased out.
So
but
it's gonna be more, it's gonna be 7 or 8?
It will generate $5,000 once it's up and running.
So it'll make about $5,000?
Yeah, a month.
Okay. Hey, I got a question for you and your client. Now, I don't know if I can do this or not, but can you think of any reason why that they wouldn't take $700 in cash and a note secured by another property? How much a month is he making right now? Again, I can't remember what you told me.
4,000.
4? This paper is gonna pay $2. So he's gonna get $2 grand a month for the paper, and he's gonna get 700 grand. Can you think of any reason why he wouldn't do that?
Probably not.
Okay, I got great news.
Yeah.
If you trade this property into this deal, I wanna write a contract and put in, to buy your property, subject to getting it traded in that deal. I wanna write a contract to buy your property, subject to you putting the, getting a $300,000 mortgage. Do you wanna know what kind of collateral you're gonna have?
Yeah.
You do? It's a, what did you say it is?
10-plex.
It's a 10-plex. It's the first mortgage on a 10-plex. Will that work for you?
Yeah.
All right, so when we have the closing, what did I promise him? Trading the property?
Yep.
For property. He goes to the bank, borrows the 700. What did I promise you?
The property 2,000.
2,000 a month.
750. Or 700. Plus 700.
A $300,000 note at 2,000 a month. Where did your property end up? I own it.
You own it.
How much a month is it making?
Right now it's making about 2.
Okay, so can I afford to pay him 2?
Yep.
And it's gonna go up in value and I'm gonna make more?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay, so what did I put down to buy my 10-plex? Nothing. What's my payment? $2 grand a month.
Yeah.
Do I need to negotiate an interest rate with him and figure out what the best for him, blah, blah, blah? Yeah. But for you, all that matters is you're taking your 10-plex into this building over here. You're happy.
Yep.
I got the property.
Yep.
He's my lender. He's getting $2 grand a month. He should be happy as he can be. He's only making $4 grand a month on $1 million in equity. He's getting $2 grand a month on 300 in equity.
Plus he's got 700 cash to go.
Plus he's got 700 cash to go up into the next deal.
But isn't he signing on the 700?
He's going to the bank and borrowing the money from the bank to give him the 700.
Yeah.
So how much, what did I have in the deal when I walked in the room? Nothing. Did I even know that they owned anything? How did I put that deal together without, I mean, I didn't even have to look in the book. All I had to do was find somebody with free and clear, it didn't matter how much it was, and about free and clear about 1/4 as much. And I put the deal together in my brain. Y'all could have done that deal without me, but guess what he was doing? Instagram. He was on Twitter.
I don't have Instagram.
He was in the bathroom. You know, whatever. He was working on another deal outside. That's why you listen. Yes. Will you hand that mic to him, please?
You guys have to be free and clear, Jason, to make that work.
You don't have to be free and clear. It's a lot easier for him to be free and clear.
It's easier to teach, but in the real world, you do it with debt.
Yes, you can move it around, pay it off. He could get less. You know, if he had a $500,000 over here, what I might tell him is, we'll pay your loan off and give you $250, or give you $200 and give you a $300,000 note, and you can still get that deal done. This one over here, we could do the same thing. We could balance it out. Yes, sir.
The question is, he's signing on the 700, and the 700 is going to be collateral on his building.
Yeah, he's buying that building.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, and if you look in the book, in my handout, on the next page.
So you got the duplex.
I'm putting 300 Yeah.
He's using the duplex as a down payment, but he's not getting the duplex, he's getting paper. I'm the borrower on the paper buying the duplex. I'm getting the duplex. I contracted on, that's why I wrote a contract here and I wrote a contract here.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure I understood. So
You own the-
collateral's
you-
really
again,
on his
no,
building.
You own the duplex, or the duplex free and clear?
Yeah.
I own the 10-plex now. My payment is $2 grand a month. It's making $2 grand a month. But how many units are empty? How many are empty?
7.
What do they rent for?
$550.
So let's say I only get 5 more rented. I can make $2,500 a month.
No, there's 6. There's 6.
But whatever. I'm going to make some money if I've got a payment of $2 grand a month on your 10-plex, right? And he's happy getting the $2 grand a month because what did he's getting $4 grand a month on $1 million. He should be happier than he can, I mean, my goodness, how do you make any money in California? All about appreciation, right?
But it's only because his is free and clear though, too, that we can do.
Well, but remember what Blake just pointed out. If he owned, let's say he owed for $500,000, he still could get it done. He would just come in with the 700 and pay it off.
Right, but I'm saying the 700 is now in first position of this.
The new loan that he has. So when he presented, he said, I got a 10-plex that's worth 300 grand. And when I asked him a couple more questions, he has the ability to sign, and he'd love to go up. Well, he ordered what he had. He ordered what he can give him. And I saw
He
it.
just pick up the scraps.
And I saw it.
Because if they did it two-way, he might have a duplex.
I
He
wrote
might not
two
one.
separate
So it's as
contracts.
if he just owner financed a duplex to him. Same difference, but he got the paper.
The question here is, how would I write the contract? I'd write them both, and I'd make them subject to it happening, and then I would assign the one I would assign my contract between me and him to him so he could step in and buy. Questions on this side of the room?
Just summarize the takeaway. You walk away from facilitating that transaction, owning a 10-plex with no skin in the game.
And $2 grand a month payment, and it's gonna rent for more, and it rents for more.
And it's on 100% finance.
With a private lender.
Right.
Hey, your private lender, he likes to make money. He does? Does he have a lot of money? What's the deal behind the deal?
You gotta borrow that 700 back.
Now you're gonna make a relationship.
I'm gonna get to know this gentleman. When I send him $2 grand a month for 3 or 4 months, I'm gonna call him and say, hey man, how's it going? Are you enjoying getting that money? If there's ever an opportunity for you to make more money, do you wanna know about it? And when I can get this 10-plex that's worth 300, worth 500 because it's full, and I only owe 300 on it, I might make him my partner and I might go up. Or I might come back and ask for a discount. Or he might want to buy the duplex for the other 200.
But doesn't he also have 700 he got in the transaction?
I don't know what he did with 700.
Right.
This is later.
But he did, yes. He did.
Yeah,
For
to be a
you
partner.
young guys in here, Jason, didn't you maybe earn a fee or two during that too?
Yeah, and what I forgot to tell you is in the other deal, I could structure where I took a tax loss too. I could sell it for less than I paid for it because it's got paper. The deal that I mentioned earlier, I paid $310 and I sold it for $300. Remember that one? Did I not just lose 10 grand? I got a closing statement where I bought it for $310. I got a closing statement where I sold it for $300. Did I lose 10 grand? Yeah, I did. So that's less taxes I have to pay.
Make jokes versus
Page
facts.
46.
All sounds good, Phil.
Buy big with cash and create paper just for a good loan. This is my favorite thing to do in the whole wide world. Love it. Offer full price on property A with 25% cash and the rest paper secured by property B to be determined. Quick sale property A. So let's go give those same microphones to those same two people. Okay? I got a question for you, Mr. $1 Million Seller. Have you had any offers on this building?
No.
Well, what are you, a broker or what?
Just hit the market.
If I waited on it to go to cash, what number do you think it would sell for?
950.
950? So it probably would sell for 950 really quick. Do you think you could bring me a buyer at 950?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I want to buy your property, and I want to give you $1 million for it. And I want to give you I want to give you 300 in cash and a $700,000 note, or the opposite. Let's say 700 cash and 300 note. Any reason why you would do that?
Oh, that's good.
Okay, so you go to contract. Oh, by the way, bring me that offer for $950. The $300 is secured by something else. Secured by something else. Okay? What's the least you would take for your building? Cash. If I close on it next week. Say $250 so it might not.
Yeah,
math.
$250, I'll make.
You would take $250 for it cash? Okay, well, hold on a second, okay? Did we close on this deal yet? Did we close yet?
Yeah.
I bought it for $1 billion and sold it for $950.
Okay,
What do I owe your seller? $700.
700.
How much money's left over for me in my pocket? $250. But I gotta give him some collateral, right? I've contracted to buy this for $250. I'm gonna use his money and buy this property. He got $250, I'm gonna pay you two grand a month. You're making $2 grand a month on $250. I own his property. I bought it for $250, but I owe you $300. Bought it for $250, but I owe you $300. The reason you're okay lending $300 on it is because it's gonna be worth $500 soon, once I do a little bit of work to it and fill it up. Okay, so how much money do I have in the property I bought from him for $250? Nothing. Nothing. He got his $250.
Right.
You got 2 commissions, because you sold it twice. I bought it for $1 million and sold it for $950. Did I take a loss? Yes, 50 grand.
You did, but
I lost 50 grand.
50 grand here.
It's rough. It's rough being public. So I lost 50 grand, but I'm paying you $2,000 a month, and I own his property that I bought for $250. What's my return? Let's assume it's $2 grand a month for. We didn't have time to do the math, but it's not. I could have negotiated a really low rate, but the extra 50 grand will make the rate not so low. So I have to back into what my real rate is because I moved 300 there. So I moved 300 there, even though I only had 250 to buy it. So the reason that I made an offer on your property was just so that I could take that difference and use it to buy another property. What if I already owned his property? What if it was him making the offer? Why don't you make that exact same offer, lose 50 grand, and have $250,000 in first position on your property from a private lender that you can do something else with? And if the seller's motivated, now this free and clear property, this cash flow, maybe the seller's not that motivated, but I like paying 0%. You know why I like paying 0%? It helps you out, man. You don't like paying taxes, do you? Because if I give you full price at 0%, you're paying a capital gain on that $2 grand a month. If you pay an interest rate, as wealthy as you are, you're probably paying earned incomes for you here in California. What is that, 48%? So I want to help you out and pay you principal only so you don't pay as much in tax. I'm helping people. Questions about that? None of y'all over here understood that, did you? So every time somebody will take any kind of paper and cash for anything, I want to buy it, and I want to discount it, quick sell it, move the debt, and get really good soft paper on something else that I own already or something I want to buy. Let's say for a minute that this gentleman right here, that I can't remember his name, owed $250 and he was paying 12% to get this deal closed. And he did this deal just to refinance his $250 because he knew you would lend at, your cap rate was 4. You'd probably be happy to get, you're making 4 now. Is it okay if I can pay you 4 later? 4, maybe 5. So he might do that just to get a better loan over here. It's my favorite. Small papered out to buy big, keep small. Buy big with cash, created paper just for a good loan. And the fact that I took a loss, that's X Street. That's a little South Carolina joke. See the X in the tree? X Street. So the situation was that I have a terrible bank loan with a terrible constant, and I really need to replace the loan without using another bank. I find a free and clear property with a seller that's stuck on the price and make him an offer that will generate cash to pay off my $600,000 bank loan. I offer $1 million with $250 cash, $750 paper, 3%, 30-year amortization. Quick sell the property for $900. In this example, I lost $100 grand, but I still have a payment that's less than the payment that I had on the loan that I paid off. So my true cost of money is not 3%. I'd have to actually change my whoop out by $100,000 to get the real rate that I'm paying for this money.
Plus that 50 on the house.
Well, I lost 100 grand on this example here. I lost 100 because I sold it for 900. I bought it for $1 million, sold it for 900.
Extra.
So the closing agent's going, you just paid $1 million for this. What are you doing selling it for 900? You know what I say? Just want to help the economy out. Trying to help people. I needed a tax loss. Because nobody knows why you're doing it but us. Questions about that strategy? Don't ever, 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 never, ever, never, ever borrow money from a bank when you can create paper at lower rates by just making offers and moving debt. Because it's the deal beyond the deal.
What would be your plan for his property?
Say that again, louder.
What would be your plan for the $250,000 property?
I still didn't hear him.
What was the plan for the $250,000 property?
It cash flows.
And you would do that, or you would?
Yeah, I'm gonna. My payment's $2 grand a month. It's making $2 grand a month, but it's half empty, and it's also half full. So once I fill it up, I can make it be worth more, and then I can trade it up. I can move the debt off of that and onto somewhere else and trade it up. I can take my debt partner that I've just made with me.
Right, but it's secured by, has a loan that's secured, a $2,000 a month loan.
Hand you the mic.
He's got a loan on it with this guy, which you can even also go back and short his loan.
Now you handed the mic away and Zoom can't hear you. Say it.
You still owe $2,000 a month.
I owe $2,000 a month to the guy that sold the warehouse.
Yeah.
Because he's got the mortgage against the building that the 10-plex I bought. The 10-plex I bought makes $2 grand a month and it's half full.
Now if you sell it.
I'm gonna sell it until it's value add. I didn't even know it was gonna be value add until we started asking questions.
Right.
But it went up in value because the income went up because there's empty units.
Okay, got it.
Haven't heard the word due diligence much said during that transaction.
Now, that's a great point. All of these offers is subject to due diligence, right? Yes. So I might go out and put this deal together, go look at that 10-plex, and it's got plywood curtains. You know what? Plywood curtains go on the outside. And they don't go up and down real quickly, right? You can't move them. You have to take your screw gun with you. You DeWalt drill to get in them. And if it's plywood curtains everywhere, then I may not be willing to do that transaction, right? And the same thing with the buyer of the building. The building buyer may go over and look at the $1 million building and go, you know what, I'm not buying this building. It's in a floodplain. That's why you make a ton of offers, because some of them aren't going to come to fruition. But you get one or two to come to fruition and you're making some money. Case study on page 48. Mr. Going Up has a $250 free and clear property. He would love to take his equity up into a bigger deal. His free and clear property has an NOI of $25,000. Mr. needs some cash, owns a $1 million property with $500 in debt that the loan is almost due. How can you put a deal together that will get them both what they want and allow you to own a property with cash flow? Well, let me give you the answer. This is almost identical to the example I just gave, except there's $500,000 in debt and there's a loan that's coming due. So Mr. Going Up wants to go up. He's got $250 free and clear. He can go get a $750 bank loan. Mr. needs some cash. He's going to be so happy to get his $250 and get his loan paid off. I'm sure he's going to be happy taking a first mortgage against Mr. Going Up's property. So I contract with both of them. And then I signed my contract from the building, on the little building, to buy the big building, to the guy that owns the little building to buy the big building. But I take paper, I get paper from the big one, and I get the property from the little one. So I end up with the little one's deed and a note that I owe the big one. And look, I told you the NOI was $25,000 a year. So I want to make sure that my payment I'm creating when I buy is less than that. Right? So I want to, if I can't get a payment under 25, I'm going to not do it. Questions? Well, I was drinking coffee. I got 3 minutes.
No, you have 3 minutes, and just John wants to just make sure he can make an announcement when you're done, that's all.
No, I will stay for another 15, 20 minutes for anybody that wants to, so that I can answer more questions, especially about those last couple of strategies.